Ahoy.
What's up?
I'm angry.
What are you doing?
Ah.
Why? What are you mad about?
Well,
What are you being a little baby about now?
It's been brought to my attention that once again our cycles have lined up and we're samesies.
Yeah, we're both wearing pink.
Yeah, well,
or
coral.
what is this? Salmon.
Salmon, coral, whatever.
Somewhere around
How do we
coral or
look?
salmon.
How do we look, Buck?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I hate when,
Especially side by side on the YouTube stream.
I hate
at
when
1080
we
to
go
fan.
samesies.
Why? Who cares?
I don't like samesies.
We're a married couple.
Yeah, the other day you were out, and me, Ortner, and Buck, I came in, and everyone was wearing black T-shirts. I had to go. I went out to my car and got something different to put on.
Got a sweatshirt because he was so ashamed to be dressed like
Well, it's
myself.
one thing to go samesies, but now we're going thruples. No, we're not doing that. Samesies.
Why does it matter?
I'm not happy about it, but I'll tolerate it. I'm not thruppling. It's weird.
Suit gonna do the show
Is it?
shirtless?
Yeah, it's weird.
Has Suit ever done a show shirtless?
I have not.
I don't think so.
You do like a Jason Kelsey sort of thing?
Yeah.
I find the shirtless O lineman. See, you know my working theory on the shirtless O lineman. They just want to be shirtless, but they're like they do it like I'm wild and crazy. When in reality, you just think you look good, so you're taking off your shirt. So it was one of those things. If there was an actual reason to go shirtless, no problem going shirtless.
Fits my belly now. I've lost a little bit of weight, but my tits are still struggling.
It's like the Mike Gundy thing. Hey, if I lose this, I'll take my shirt off. I'll do it. Like, you just tell us you want to take your shirt off.
Can I make a suggestion on this topic?
Yeah.
And by the way, go Royals.
More importantly, go Mets. Pulling a no-hitter out of the stinking the depths of despair and winning, taking 2 or 3 from the Jays.
I don't like your one-up nature.
Yeah, I just one-upped you.
Well, you always do. But today, it's okay because it's 9/11.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So the Mets,
I forgot that today.
You farted it?
I didn't say I farted it.
That's not what I heard.
Did I say that?
Kind of sounded like that.
I don't think that's what I said. I think this is more of a golf thing for you.
Oh God, here we go with that. Anyway, the Mets were being no hit.
Yeah.
And then they weren't, and they won.
That's right.
The Royals play the Yankees tonight in New York on 9/11.
Yeah.
That's why I wore my hat today.
Yeah, it's a little tough.
I felt like they needed a little help.
Yeah, it's one of those like no one's rooting for you.
But wait, what were we talking about?
I don't know. We were talking samesies and then the thruples, shirtless.
Does anybody who takes off their shirt, like your theory is that whoever takes off their shirt it will make up an excuse to make it look like it's inadvertent?
Yes.
But isn't anyone without their shirt off doing that? Like, I mean, I feel like in other words, nobody takes off their shirt that doesn't feel like they look good without their shirt on.
Well, that's true, but the difference is like the big man. Like we all know when the skinny dude, like with abs, like that guy, you know, the young bro out on the beach, like that guy's just shirtless. But again, it's like the Mike
because he thinks he looks good.
Because he thinks he looks good. But the old lineman,
and he probably does,
or Mike Gundy, if you will, they're not the traditional guy that you would think would be shirt off. So they don't want to come out and admit that they're bro. Like, yeah, check this out. So they do it more under the guise of, oh, I'm gonna be wild and crazy, or hey, if I lose this bet, I'll do the show without my shirt on. That's just code for I want to take my shirt off and show everyone how kick-ass I am, but I feel like a douche for taking my shirt off. Again, that's an Ortner thing. There's like that thing like, hey, I got skinny. I want everyone to see how hot I am, but like I feel weird about taking my shirt off. So then you have to come up with some sort of creative way to take your shirt off. And that's, I'm not about that.
Take off your shirt and throw me.
But at least with Jason Kelsey, I think Jason Kelsey's just that fat old lineman that just likes taking his shirt off. Because that does exist. There's that one party dude that doesn't matter. That guy, like the Burt Kreischer, that guy's just shirtless no matter what.
Why don't we just keep our shirts on? Yeah. Women have to.
Well, they don't have to. I mean,
actually, they don't.
You know, women
but I think it's
empowerment.
against the law, right?
In some places. But some places, I think in New York, I think you can.
Yeah, we covered that.
Yeah, you can take them out.
Yeah, they don't care.
But no, I'm not planning on doing a show shirtless anytime soon.
Just keep our shirts on, all of you. Okay.
Well, either way,
stop being so.
We've gone samesies here, and now
take off your shorts and dunk me.
Yeah, we're doing.
There
this.
we go.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, big show today.
You
guys know why?
Love those Wednesday shows
because it's a Wednesday.
I did not realize when I woke up this morning that it was 9/11.
Yeah.
In fact, you have one of those when you're like kind of like in the morning. I'll just kind of go through like I'll scroll for a bit before I get out of bed, and I was like, why is there all this 9/11? Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, it took me a minute.
Had to hit you over the head with it, did they?
Did. Like, I saw a thing like the Yankees a couple years ago dedicating a 9/11 thing, and then I think it was about the third or fourth 9/11 like post that I saw. I literally had the idea of, man, why all the...
Yeah, I saw the very first thing I saw. I also didn't immediately recognize it when I woke up, but I opened Twitter and I saw that someone posted the Wells Crowther story, the kid with the red bandana.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that I saw.
Who helped save 20 people that day,
Yeah.
but lost his own life. And I was like, oh, that's an interesting thing to post today. Oh, well, that's why they would post it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I'm dumb because I think that was the first or second thing I saw. Still didn't put it together. So I saw the Yankees statue, saw the red bandana story, because Boston College actually has like a uniform that they wear where that red bandana pattern, the paisley, is woven into theirs.
Yeah, they do it. They have a tribute game every year, right?
Yeah. And then I saw the one where like it was an ad. I think they were selling some sort of commemorative coin, which didn't really dawn on me because, no offense, like to anyone's political thing, but there's one side that sells a lot of weird tribute things, right? Like,
but no offense.
Well, I mean, hey, if that's what you like.
I saw one presidential candidate's branded chocolate bars at the Hudson News in the airport over the weekend.
I'm not here to, like, if you want to buy a Bible or if you want to buy a commemorative, what are they? I forget what they're called, like challenge coins or whatever. And there's like some sort of, whatever. But I saw the ad and I didn't put that because I was like, oh, that's just an ad. Like, so like Lee Greenwood selling something. I'm like, whatever. And then it was the next post where I was like, oh yeah, 9/11. I don't know. I did not hear any sort of run up to this. Like it just.
Well, yeah, we have to wait till the 11th.
Yeah.
That's kind of why.
Well, yeah,
I mean, there's really nothing to say on the 10th.
Yeah. But normally, like there's, there's some sort of buildup, but it sneaks up on you every now and then. Like, Pearl Harbor sneaks up on you from time to time where you're like, oh yeah, like you wake up and you just, all of a sudden there's a bunch of Pearl Harbor stuff and you're like, oh yeah, it's December 7th. So.
I have a hot 9/11 fact that I read today.
Okay. What do you got?
Did you know that, well, no, I'll ask you the question.
All right.
What percentage of Americans do not remember 9/11?
Define, remember.
Yeah. They're like, what?
If you said, hey, what's significant about 9/11? They're like, huh?
Right.
Oh, God.
It's going to be an indication of how many people have been kind of born since then or we're
Yes.
not old enough.
Yeah.
That's right.
Or people
Time
that
has
are-
passed.
or
What
people that are just
percentage?
23
morons.
Doesn't remember?
Yeah, what percentage?
So
Let's
it's
say 40%.
2001, so we're already
40?
at 20. We're at 20 plus years. I'm going to go 30. I'm going to go like
Close.
32%.
Close. I'm going to give you a ding on that.
Okay.
25%.
Okay.
Okay. So a quarter.
Yeah.
Here's another fun fact. Not so fun, but, nothing's fun with 9/11,
No.
right?
I wouldn't think so.
Did you know that 1,103 victims of 9/11 have still not been identified?
I've actually seen that before on
So
this
you
day.
did know that.
I did know. I didn't know the exact number, but I did know that a lot of the remains were never recovered.
So they have,
because I've seen different I don't know, like human interest piece or whatever, where like people have done funerals where there's no body and so they put memories in them, and I've seen very sad stories about some of the firemen and first responders that were
no
lost.
DNA match for 40% of the victims of 9/11. As a matter of fact, they have 7,000 human remains in the city's possession, and
No, there's no
they
way.
say it remains the largest forensic investigation in U.S. history. But the technology, the DNA matching technology, is just not moving. I mean, we think it's moving fast
It's not.
because we're solving unsolved crimes from years past, but it's really not moving that fast. So they're holding on to these remains, and there's this kind of hard thing about, well, how many times do we like they have some remains that are as small as the tip of a fingernail, and they hold on to it to try to ID it, but the technology isn't quite there. And then they say the more they test it or try to get a match, the more it disintegrates, and the more, and like they may lose it.
Yeah.
So there's this balance of how much do we test this versus how long do we hold on to this. And so it remains the largest forensic investigation in U.S. history. 9/11.
I can't see now that I can't say that I knew, and so that is not a fun fact because, as you mentioned, there's nothing fun. How about this? It's an interesting fact.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to.
Do they have that too with like maybe the Oklahoma City bombing and stuff like that? I'm assuming in these
maybe
massive collapses and explosions, I'm guessing that some of that stuff is probably very hard.
There aren't many. I mean, give me another tragedy in the U.S. that had this many victims.
No,
I mean so that's why it's the largest.
Like I said, I the only thing that even comes close that I can think of to anything on this scale would be the Oklahoma City bombing, and that's nowhere near this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to bring something to the table that's a little different than your typical 9/11 talk today, and that's why I brought that to you here in the opening seggy. Thank you. We remember.
We do remember.
What a day that was.
Yep, that's one of those. Well, and now that we're getting older, and again, certainly, you know, some of my kids weren't born. My daughter was very, very young, but you know, for us, and it's every generation has those. Whether it's Pearl Harbor, whether it was Kennedy being assassinated. For some people, it was like Elvis, you know, Elvis dying, or whatever. This was, I mean, in my lifetime, I can't think of anything that had this sort of impact. I don't remember. Like, I'm not a huge, in my past, detailed memory guy. It's just, it's
not a lot of people are.
No, it's actually really hard. Your memory is a terrible, terrible tool. It's just not that good. But I would say in my life, as far as events go, I remember more specific details about where I was at and 9/11 than I do any other day. And I couldn't tell you what day it was. But I remember where I was. I remember what I was eating. I remember what channel I was watching. I remember seeing the second plane hit live. I remember getting a call from the football office. I remember practice being canceled. I remember who we were playing that week. We were playing Mississippi State. I mean, it's just one of those weird things that I do not have another event in my life that I remember as many details as I do 9/11. I don't remember this many details about my kids being born, not my wedding, certainly not any of my graduation, no game that I played in, nothing. But this one is kind of seared in there. And it's interesting that is the, I don't know, that's the one that for whatever reason is burned into my brain more so than anything else.
All right, pretty big show, guys. Pretty big show Wednesday. We've got Ryan Buckley over there. I don't know why I teased him, but he's here. Yeah.
Working hard behind the glass.
Working hard.
Yeah.
Behind the glass.
You'll see. I'm going to have some new drops today.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
That little tease.
Bottom line, their ass.
I do love that one. AI Kyle Winningham.
Well, we've got some armchair offensive line coaches coming out of the woodwork here in the Northwest now.
Oh, shocker.
Yeah, is it? I don't think it is.
No, I love the armchair quarterback. I also love the armchair coach as far as who should be playing. Big fan of that one too.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah. About the Ducks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, don't you know everyone has the solution to it? What are you talking about? If you just move this guy here and that guy there and this one over here and stop doing this, and then you'll be fine. You'll win championships.
Well, they may be right, is the thing.
I love schemes on that one, too. It's like someone will be like, well, I watched 3 wide receiver routes, and I'll tell you definitively, you need to be doing this.
I have concepts of a plan.
Oh, God. Oh, that's what you're talking about? Your new drops?
Among others.
I love that. 9 years. 9 years.
You do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
Problems.
You got concepts. I'm going to be using that one all damn day.
I have concepts of a plan.
That's right. I do have. I can't tell you how many times I'm going to break that out in my day-to-day life. Are you going to clean the house? Well, I have concepts of a plan. See what happens. You got plans this weekend? I got concepts.
We have a Wednesday Waldorf today. That's called it's a salad.
Yeah.
There's a lot of little fixins and mixtures in there.
Can I get some blue cheese crumbles? I
love blue cheese crumbles.
Yeah,
yes,
right.
You can.
Created at the Waldorf Astoria, correct?
Yes.
What exactly defines the Waldorf? Because
it's the ingredients. I mean, I think it's walnuts, grapes, blue cheese.
Because I'm telling you, if that's what
lettuce,
Buck
like
is throwing at me right now, I'm on board, guys. I like what we got going on here.
Crunchy, crisp apples, celery.
Oh yeah, apples in there for sure.
Toasted nuts, blue cheese.
See, all of a sudden, I am very excited.
Chicken.
I am very, very excited for our Waldorf here. Let's go.
Well, anyway, that's coming up today. What else do I have here? I'm looking through the notesies. I got a little Kirby Smart Dan Lanning exercise for us.
Okay.
Today. And compare those
Do
two
some
bros.
like deep knee bends or something. Maybe some
Football's football, and the only way to get better at it is to play football.
Poking around the internet, you know.
Just seeing what's up
about some things, and I mean nothing major, but you know,
let's
could
see.
kill a Seggy.
Let's do it.
And well, there's some other stuff, but hey, Animal Uprising news right now. Let's get to our poll question. It pertains to the Civil War. Did you know that Oregon State are playing this weekend? It's the Civil War.
I did.
128th Civil War. That's the subject of our poll question, and that is next on The Fan.
How's your t-shirt game set up?
All right, poll question time. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. Yesterday, we asked you, now that we've seen a few games, who is the second best team in the Big Ten behind Ohio State?
And I gave a definitive.
You did.
Plant my answer.
You came hard.
I did.
USC, 43%. Oregon, what?
There's not another answer.
Well, there is, according to 57% of our audience.
Those people are silly.
43% USC. Oregon, 30%. Penn State, 14%. Nebraska, 13%.
How anyone, and I mean anyone, including Dan Lanning's mother, could say that Oregon's the second best team in the Big Ten right now it's foolish. Just is. Doesn't mean they can't be. Doesn't mean they can't get better.
Yeah,
but there is nothing that leads you to believe that they are the second best team right now.
Yeah, based on the way they've played, but I think it's just the way. It's just people think differently.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's how your brain works. It's like one like you will say, well, that's preposterous because we've seen two games and they're clearly not.
Yes.
Which would be correct. I see what you're saying. But the flip side, other people think a different way, and that it would be that, well, we thought they were the second best team going in.
Yeah.
Yes, they've struggled, but they've shown signs, and I think they're still the second best team, which could also be true.
Sure.
It's just how you think about it.
I'll listen to the fact that if you want to say the ceiling for the Ducks is the second best, or even the first best in the Big Ten.
Well, the question wasn't who has played the second best.
Yeah,
it was who is the second best, and I think in the end it probably still could be Oregon, but we'll see.
But right now it's USC.
So here is the poll question today on X at 1080 The Fan. Vote, and damn it, vote hard.
Oh, I will.
Vote very hard today.
Don't worry about me.
clock is white.
Vote that hard.
Stephen A had another one today where he was doing the Ray Rice. Let's make sure we don't provoke anyone. He did it with Tyreek Hill. Except this one actually made sense.
What does that mean? What do you
remember when Ray Rice beat the living hell out of his lady?
Yeah.
And Stephen A. Smith came on and was like, now, ladies, let's make sure that we're not doing anything. Basically saying, don't provoke your ass whooping. Great move. Classy there, wife beater. But today he did it with Tyreek Hill where he basically told Tyreek Hill, yeah, don't provoke the cops. So it made me think of that. Except this one might actually have some teeth to it. The Ray Rice one was just the most indefensible, douchey thing he's ever said. And that's saying something.
So today we're asking you, should Oregon and Oregon State continue to play the Civil War rivalry game?
Oh.
Definitely. Oregon State should not. Oregon should not, or neither should.
Yeah.
You have to vote, and please vote hard. Yeah, this I put up there because I wanted to see where the sentiment was, whatever it is, 4 months later, 5 months later.
Sure.
Because we had this poll question back when they put the game back on the schedule.
The Beeve fan was not about it.
No, they were not.
No.
And I wanted to see, now that it's here, if sentiment has changed.
Yeah.
And I think it has a little bit.
I think so.
I think people have calmed down a little bit.
One, the Beavs are the sky isn't falling. You're 2-0, and the other one is Oregon looks very, 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 very beatable. Had Oregon beat their first two opponents 66-0, I think Oregon State fan might be like, eh. And if that game ends up being a beatdown, then maybe they view it differently. But right now, it's a chance for Oregon State to give them a big old S-burger. Because it feels like this should be a competitive game, even though the point spread says it won't. Everything we've seen on the field says it will be. Regardless of the outcome, regardless of anything else, yes, to me, rivalries going away is just that's dumb. BYU Utah was ours, the Holy War, and when Utah left to go to a better conference, which they should have, it's not like I was sitting around as a BYU fan being all pissy and moany that Utah took a better ship out of town. They should have. And that game changed because it wasn't always at the end of the year, and there was a year or two there where they didn't play, and now they're back in the Big 12, and so it'll always be a thing. But I would want that game no matter what. No matter what Utah did. If Utah went and joined the SEC and just beat us every year by 60 points, I'd still want to play the game. That's why you play. For rivalries. That's why, college football is not anywhere near as interesting as the NFL. The game isn't very good half the time. The outcome of about 75 to 80% of the games, depending on how good you are, based on your talent, your roster. The thing that keeps it going is the pageantry and the rivalries, and that's what makes college football special. So those games should always be played. I just wish this one could be played at the end of the year, but this is better than the alternative of not playing.
Well, I remember this one being pretty close to split.
Yeah.
When we first polled the electorate. Now, 81%, at least so far, are saying definitely play the game.
Good.
19% for various reasons say don't. So, yeah, I think Beaver fans coming around a little bit, calm down a little bit.
Yes.
And they kind of see an opportunity, right? They're looking at this going, well, wait a minute.
100%.
I mean, what if we knock them off?
Yeah. Beaver fan going into the season, even the diehard ones, there wasn't a lot of confidence. And I don't know. I always say this when you're playing a team that physically is just that much better than you. And let's be fair. Nothing we've seen on the field leads us to believe that Oregon's just going to trounce Oregon State. But from a physical standpoint, when you watch the two teams, Oregon State athletically and physically does not compete with Oregon. Those are two very, very different rosters. And so, there is that. Anytime you're playing a roster that is superior athletes, and I even said this when we would go and play Florida State, Alabama, Notre Dame. In one year we played UW. It was like this. You convince yourself that you're confident, but it's false confidence. It's like going in to fight Tyson back in the day. Like you tell yourself, I'm going to do this. I'm going to shock the world. And then he hits you and you're like, damn it. And that doubt starts to creep in. It's why when you're an underdog, it's so important to get off to a good start. It's so important to turn that fake kind of bravado into real belief, drag them into deep water. But right now, if you're Oregon State, you're looking at this thing. And I think if you're Oregon State fans, you're looking at this thing and you're saying, why not? I don't even know necessarily if it's super fake bravado. I think it would have been a month ago. But right now, I think it's actually, it's a real belief amongst players when they watch this film. The Oregon State players are going to watch these two tapes and they're going to say, why not us? And the fans are saying the same thing. And that's not foolish. Oregon State is as good, if not better, certainly than they're way better than what Idaho is. And Oregon State's going to look at Boise State and say, they're not any better than us. And Boise State should have beat them. Minus two horrible special teams plays, that was the difference in that game. So Oregon State's going to feel confident and they're going to come in with their hair on fire and they're going to throw haymakers.
Vancouver Ford text line, 503-864-6326. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com. A lot of our listeners echoing the sentiment of do not play the game.
Yeah.
One says, I'm still pissed as hell the Beavers are playing in this game. I'll admit it. A little hypocritical because I'm going. I have season tickets. But Beavers need to move on. And as always, FTD, which I think Buckley.
Yeah.
Means...
Yeah.
Fight the Ducks.
That's right.
I think that's what that means.
For the Ducks.
For the
Ducks.
Ducks.
This guy says, I like how we talk about Oregon as beatable, and yet they're still favored by 16. And this goes back to, again, just the athletes. Most of college football games, when you're dealing with top 10 recruiters, the Ohio States, the Oregons, Alabama, Georgia. I mean, Dave Bartu talks about this all the time. Dave picks like 80% of all college football games correct. Not against the point spread, just the winners and losers based on what? 3 things? He based it on recruiting rankings, coach effect, and where the game's being played. So yes, when you have a team that's full of 4- and 5-star kids that came into the season with the Heisman Trophy favorite and an O-line, not an O-line, but NFL players at every position, and you're playing a team in Oregon State that you really got ravaged by the transfer portal, and is in the midst of a very, very tough run right now with the whole conference thing falling apart and a new coaching staff. Yeah, like Vegas is not going to make this a 3 or 4 point game. So yes, the point spread is still going to be high because that's what you're going to have to set it at because of the talent gap. But when you watch it on film, when you watch the way Oregon State's played and you watch the way Oregon's played, that's where I go back to. If you're an Oregon State player, and I'm watching film, and I'm watching the Idaho line get after the Ducks. I'm watching the Boise State get after Oregon and sack them 7 times in 2 games. If I'm Oregon State and I'm looking at the way Boise ran the ball on them, and I know that's what we do best, and that's what we pride ourselves on. And 2 years ago, we rammed it down their throat in the second half. That's where I'm saying if I'm an Oregon State player, hey guys, I understand that that's a really good team over there and they got all these dudes, but why not us?
Another one says, Beavs need to go make their own path, hopefully in the Big 12 or ACC, but the Civil War was an end-of-the-year game against your in-state and in-conference rival. All 3 of those aspects are gone. Move on, please. And another one says, where was the other one? He said, Beaver fan here, now that months have passed and stuff has changed, I can samesies my opinion. I don't want to play it.
Yeah.
And now I say, no, I don't ever want to play it again. Screw Oregon, you pathetic program, and university with no morals or backbone.
Yeah. Well, that's certainly
so
still
there's
out
some
there.
votes from Beaver fans. They don't want to play it. There was a little bit of Oregon State news today,
and not good news.
No, we'll get to that next, and then because it pertains to the offensive line, and then I want to ask an offensive lineman about all of the armchair offensive line coaches. All of the Kavanaughs that are out there now. I mean, everybody's got hot takes about what to do on the offensive line.
Didn't you know being an O-line coach is the easiest job in the world? Hey, fat boy, run that way. You're fine.
Block that guy.
Yeah.
So we'll ask you what is going on with the Oregon offensive line and what may be the solution. So we'll get to those items coming up next, but first, Buck with SportsCenter. right, let's get to some offensive line talk because you, if I remember correctly, you were not a wide receiver or a defensive back.
No.
You played center.
And I was a halfway decent one, and that seems to be the main problem that people are pointing to with this Oregon Ducks team.
Center?
Okay.
Or the offensive line.
I've got eligibility left. Let's go. Now, the center, it kind of is the interior of the line. The entire line hasn't played well, but it really is the middle three and the center. They rotated, I think they rotated at least 3 guys in the second half of that game at center. So they're trying to find some continuity there, and there's some struggle.
Well, first of all, I wanted to get to the Oregon State news. They lost their left guard. Tyler Volton.
Yeah, it's not good.
Is done for the season with an ACL injury. He suffered it last week against San Diego State, so he's out. He's huge. I didn't know he was. They said he's 6'4", 370.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Jesus.
Big. I didn't know he was that big either. But yeah, for a team that wants to just kind of road grade you and run the ball, like losing offensive linemen, especially when you don't have the greatest depth in the world, that sucks. One, you never want to see anyone get hurt, but that directly impacts what Oregon State is trying to do. And you're going to need those big bodies because I don't know if you've seen Oregon's D-line, but they got some horses up there.
Yeah, this guy, Volton, was one of the Beavers' highest-graded offensive linemen. So that was announced by him on social media last night, and that's not good. Now, on Oregon's side of things, I think it's just really funny to see how many people, and I am going to ask Dan Lanning about this tomorrow, how many people have ideas about what they should do on the offensive line.
He did allude to something. He goes, look, he said something to the effect of, we watch, what did he say? No one scrutinizes this more than us.
Correct.
He goes, we watch every snap of everything. Practice.
Yes.
That's why I always tell anyone when you're making it, I try to do this anytime I'm giving an opinion. I always say, I'm not certain what the call was. I don't know what the scheme was. And I sure as hell am not there in practice every day. So I can give you a general idea, but no one is pouring over this more than the Ducks.
So I think the big criticism from Armchair offensive line guy is all the rotating.
Yes.
But they lost Jackson Powers Johnson. And by the way, Lanning said that Jackson Powers Johnson rotated last year.
Yeah. A little bit. And then he had some injuries, but
I think the critics are saying, well, why are you rotating so much? Because towards the end of the game, they found and Sports Illustrated wrote an article on this today, but they said towards the end of the game, and a lot of people alluding to this, I heard Will Ortner talking about this on the Roundtable show, that Cornelius at right tackle, Harper at right guard, Poncho at center, Struther at left guard, and Connerly at left tackle worked. That unit worked.
And the tackles have been the same. The tackles haven't switched out. Those have been it's the middle that has been switched. And so at the start of the year, it was Pickard at center, it was Harper at left guard, and then Poncho at right. And
so they're asking the question, when that started to work towards the end of the Boise State game, why is Dan Lanning going to continue to rotate? And he said he will. That's what he does. That's what they want to do. They want to build depth. They want to build continuity. I think it's Struther that's quoted in this article saying, hey, look, it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes you want to play with the same guys. You get that rhythm. And then other times that will throw you off a little bit if you're rotating and going in a different position. So as an offensive lineman, what do you think is the best path forward here? And I'm not asking you to second guess Dan Lanning.
Sure.
It's just, the positions.
Yes.
So what are people missing about how they try to coach up Dan Lanning here?
And Lanning is kind of alluding to the fact too that he brings in there that that Poncho has really struggled snapping the ball. And when Pickard's in there, and it's funny because Pickard actually is the one that kind of had a screwed up snap when he went back in there. He just can't hold the point of attack. And so he alluded in there that there's a difference. He goes, it's one thing you don't want to get, he said, the guy that's snapping is the best at snapping, but he's getting blown off the ball. But the guy that is holding his ground is screwing us up because of basically not being able to snap the ball and make proper calls. So the problem is right now you have the main two guys that are rotating, trying to find the continuity there is neither one of them is doing a great job at everything. So you're kind of trying to have your cake and eat it too if you could kind of mash those two guys together. And he also alluded to the fact that regardless of where they're moving, there's still problems. Like there's it's not as if there's a magic solution that when you put together the line with Poncho at center, Harper moving over to right, and then bringing in Strother to play the left guard. That's not a perfect solution. Now, I will say that from my vantage point, from what I was watching, which is not the all 22, but I do try to go back and watch the Oregon game a second time, that to me is by far your best combo. I think it gives you the best protection. I think you ran the ball much better with that. And so if it was me on my limited experience, again, not in the meeting room, don't know what the calls are being made, can't tell you what Dylan Gabriel thinks about having Poncho at center, that to me is the best one going forward. And Lanning pointed out that Poncho actually played, when he was a freshman All-American last year, played more time at right guard, even though he played all three positions. So to basically give you a summary right now, you've got four guys playing three positions and no one's really playing great. They just aren't. And then you've got two other guys, actually three, that may figure to be in the rotation, but none of them are healthy right now. And he said that none of the freshmen have shown any sort of consistency in practice to actually work into the rotation. So as it stands right now, until Bedford comes back, which may be after the bye, kind of feels like that keeps getting pushed back, this 4-man 3 rotation is going to keep working until something really solidifies. But for me, that needs to be the lineup going forward, is Poncho at center, Harper at right, and then Strother at left. I personally, and I don't like to pick on anyone because they're college kids. To me, the weak link in that, even though he may be the one making the best calls and he's the best one snapping the ball, which Lanning referred to. And I guess if you can't snap the ball and your quarterback's not comfortable with the other center in there, that's a major problem. I feel like from a blocking standpoint, Pickard has been the weak link in this whole thing.
How much do you think? Well, okay, so I have a couple of follow-ups. And so in order to stay on time and not get yelled at again, I'm going to break.
Okay, I like it.
But how much does a new quarterback affect this? And how long does it take for a new offensive line to really gel?
And I'll talk to you about this because one thing that I see when I watch it, there's two specific problems that aren't necessarily individual problems, but are O-line problems that I think are pretty glaring when I watch the Ducks O-line, and I'll talk about that.
So we'll get to that. We'll continue next on The Fan.
The definitive
All right, coming up 4 o'clock, our Wednesday Waldorf. The NFL does it again. But we're talking about offensive line stuff here because we've got an offensive lineman here in Jason Skukenik. And the Ducks, it hasn't looked great.
No,
along the offensive line.
And I will say that,
and everybody's got an answer.
Yeah, but
nobody really has an answer, including the coaching staff.
No, and
they're working through it.
And I don't want to be doom and gloom on anything, because it's 2 weeks and I'm not ready to throw anything out. But
here comes the doom and gloom.
Well, it's not doom and gloom, but I also think we need to realize that. So there may not be the fix coming that people want. Like, we have this all the time where it's like, what do we need to do to be great? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if you were going to be great, chances are you would already show signs of being great. Can you be better? Sure. Absolutely. People get better all the time. O-lines gel, happens left and right. What I'm seeing right now, I don't see the makings of great. And most of the time, you don't go from this to great. You can get better, but if you're waiting for the O-line to be a strength, I don't think that's coming. Unless guys coming back from injury, right? Unless Bedford coming back just magically solves everything. But I'm telling you, what I'm seeing when I watch it, these are not magical fixes. These are things that you can improve on. But if you're looking for this to be just this elite unit that just solves all your problems, be prepared. This may be a long year because O-line problems tend to linger. That's just the way it is. But
I don't know if anybody thinks it's just going to be like the unit that is just the greatest.
See, I think I keep hearing people, and maybe it's just kind of, the way people are talking, but it's like, hey, we thought this O-line was going to be the best in the world. Well, I'm not sure who told you that, but like this belief that if you just clean one or two things up, or you insert this guy here and magically like this group now dominates. Unfortunately, I do think right now, this will probably be a topic for the rest of the year. When you look at running back, receiver, tight end, quarterback, this loaded. This O-line, if this team doesn't get where they want to go, this will be the cause of it. And I still think all year, even if the O-line gets better and they, start performing up to par with the rest of the offense, I think this will probably be the weak link for this offense all year.
So how long does it take? Like you played on the offensive line when you've got some new guys and you're rotating guys.
Sure.
How long does it take for an offensive line to gel?
It shouldn't take that long. It really shouldn't.
And that's communication.
And so if I want to go on a positive side of things, this is where I'll go with the positive side of things. A couple of the sacks against Boise State were blown assignments or not picking things up. One came from the left side, and this is, again, not knowing what calls were. This is where I hesitate to try to say that this was the cause of the problem. But they had one where on the left side with, and I think Harper was still playing over there at the time, and then Connerly, who's just been the left tackle. Boise State ran a little pressure look, and the DN bailed out of it. Or actually, no, the DN came inside, and both the guard and tackle came down inside, and they brought a guy off the edge. You remember they were blitzing guys from the secondary a bunch. Mm-hmm. And no one came off of it. Connerly came off really, really, really late. I mean, like inexcusably late. Why he went inside in the first place, I don't know. But like that's assignment football. Like that is some sort of communication thing. And yes, you can sit there and say, oh, a center is the one that it makes all the calls. But as a left guard and tackle, when you've got three guys out there, everyone knows that you two have two of them. And if the third guy comes, then that's on the quarterback, right? He's got to throw it hot. But when one guy comes inside, that tackle has to immediately know that he's got to look outside, and he didn't. And that's a guy that's played a lot of football. So that sack was not based on inside play. That wasn't based on a left guard or a center or anyone else. That was a really poor play by the left tackle, a guy that you were supposed to rely on. Now, the other one that they had that came from pressure on the other side, they had another sack that came from the secondary. That's another one. When I look at that, they brought four guys off of one side, and Oregon did not slide that way. So one of two things has to happen. Either the center has to recognize that and slide the entire offensive line, right? From center on over to pick that up, or Dylan Gabriel needs to adjust his protection and slide it out there, or again, realize that guy's hot. I got to get rid of the ball. And so not knowing what the protection scheme was, no one is on the same page. They're either not sliding out, they're not recognizing simple blitz pickups. These are not exotic looks. Or Gabriel is not reading he doesn't have command of the offense and isn't reading that and throwing hot. Both of those balls could have been out. And yeah, they may not have been big plays, but they wouldn't have been sacks. He had time to get rid of both of those balls, and had the O-line either slid or just trusted their eyes and performed proper technique, both of those blitzes get picked up. That wasn't someone getting beat. Those were schemes, and not elaborate schemes, that Boise State ran that you just didn't bother to pick up. And those are, I mean, to say that those things are easily fixable, I mean, yeah, if you start doing your job right, but that is kind of the nature of football. Like, you just have to be able to pick those blitzes up. Those are not super complex things. And those are the little things right now that Oregon's O-line is not doing. And those are not solved by rotating guys inside. That's just guys need to play better. Will they play better? I don't know.
So it's not really a gel thing.
It shouldn't be.
Guys gelling.
That shouldn't be.
Because you always hear that about offensive line.
Yes.
The offensive line struggles. Can they gel? Can they come together? Better communication, playing in unison, that type of thing. It just sounds like it's, I don't know, maybe it's coaching along the offensive line. If I'm listening, if I'm hearing you right.
Well, like like I said, this is such a multi-layered thing.
Or Gabriel. That was my next question, is like, you got a new quarterback in there too. So what is that?
Everyone's not on the same page right now.
Yeah.
And so I think if you're looking for something that you could say could all click in, is that hopefully, but a lot of these guys have played a lot of football. You don't have a lot of rookies in there. These guys are all experienced guys. And so maybe it just does take some time, but you're not asking them to make super elaborate plays. Now, the other thing, and this is where, if you want to get into guys playing together and gelling, right now in the run game and in the pass game, they're doing a really poor job staying on the same level and running their double teams. So anytime you're in the run game, most of the time you're going to have some form of double team, right? Guard and tackle, center and guard coming together, blocking a defensive lineman, getting up to the second level, and then one of you peeling off to get the linebacker. Right now, they aren't doing a very good job of that. In pass protection, passing twists and stunts off, it is imperative that the guard and tackle and center basically be on the same level so that you can switch things. Think about like going over under a screen in basketball. And right now, what's happening a lot is all three of those guys are playing on different levels. So when you do get twists and games in there, guys are getting beat and they're not able to pass things off. So that part of it may be a continuity thing. So this is why I tell people all the time, it's just not as simple as, hey, if we just throw a couple new guys in there, you've got guys that aren't playing up to what the expectations are. You do have some continuity issues there in the middle, and you've got some flat out assignment things that are not being picked up. Oh, and by the way, now you throw penalties on top of it. This is a Bull Durham thing where they go out to the mound and he's like, we're dealing with a lot of S right now. And I wish that there was a simple thing you could say if you just did this. And I think that's why when Lanning says, no one scrutinizes this more than us, we're looking at every possibility. We're rotating guys through there. They're trying to find some solutions here. They're trying to find some things that click. And I'm telling you, it may not just be as simple as put those three guys in there and everything's great, because if it was, trust me, they would have done it by now.
Can we say the Ducks coaching staff may have the concept of a plan to make their offensive line great? That a text on the Vancouver Ford text line.
I have concepts of a plan.
It's just, that's a really hard position to play because you need five guys all playing together. But like the Idaho strip sack that they had, remember that one? That was your All-American right tackle that just got beat. He's got beat.
One thing pops to mind, and this is just my basic little pea brain over here. Jackson Powers Johnson was pretty special.
Yes.
Right?
And before him, they had Forsyth, who also went on to play in the NFL.
I mean, these guys are really good. Not everybody can be them. Yeah, we're spoiled. And the other thing is, do you think, this is a question, and maybe hold this on until we come back, and then we'll move into the Waldorf. But do you think that the coaches knew this?
We can talk about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's another question on the Vancouver Ford text line, and I think it's a good one. It's like, this is why coaches hate the preseason rankings. You know, they're looking at that going, Oregon's third and all this hype, and Lanning's sitting there going, oh, man. You know, because he knows.
Yeah.
Or if you don't know, that's another problem because then your coaching staff isn't evaluated well enough.
All right, we'll answer that question next, and we'll get to our Wednesday Waldorf on the Fan.
The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Moving right along. Footloose and fancy free, to quote the world's greatest frog.
I was going to say, I was like, that's the Muppets, right? Moving right along.
Moving right along. Footloose and fancy free.
Doing a little Patrick Mahomes there.
I love Kermit.
Who doesn't?
I just find him delightful.
The Muppet movie, the original one, it's just that's top shelf. That's top shelf where Mama hides the cookies.
So we are we're gonna get to the Wednesday Waldorf. And it's exciting today.
I am excited because that salad sounds delightful.
But first, we wrap up offensive line talk, discussing Oregon. We've been doing that for the better part of a half an hour here. But somebody asked on the Vancouver Ford text line, and it is an interesting question. Do you think that the coaches at Oregon have known since camp started, or maybe even since spring ball, that their offensive line was going to be a problem?
Yes. I do not believe that this is a surprise. I think obviously with the injuries, I don't think they have the full lineup that they were hoping for. Oregon's defensive line is really, really good. And what I'm seeing on film, and again, not having the all 22, but I was even going back and watching some of the O-line play here during the break. I went back and looked at the 2 sacks that I were talking about coming off the edge where Boise brought edge pressure, and it's just really sloppy play. I don't think that is something that has magically popped up. My guess is that this is something that has been going on. And the other one that
but you kind of don't know how bad it is.
You don't know how bad it is because it's not live bullets. But I also think that one of the problems that I'm seeing, the other one too, that when you said, do they know it's coming? When you watch a lot of their pass protections, they got stuff where they're running some play action and they're pulling guards and trying to shift the pocket a little bit. Again, I think that's indicative too of not being super confident and just letting it be a 5-man drop back and throw the ball. You're not seeing a lot of empty. You are seeing some more kind of creative protection schemes, which again leads me to believe that they knew that this was an issue. Also, some of the guys right now, when I watch them play, they're really heavy-footed. And by heavy-footed, I kind of mean slow. When you watch them, they're not necessarily in great position. They're leaning, which can also lead to some of the holding penalties and some of the mistakes that you're seeing there. But it's not with O-line. You want to see dancing bears, right? And this is a big, Penei Sewell is maybe the best offensive lineman in the NFL and one of the best linemen I've ever seen in college football. But that's a giant man, but he's very nimble on his feet. What I'm seeing right now, especially from the interior stuff, you're just seeing a lot of heavy feet. You see a lot of leaning and guys off balance and guys not even able to sustain one-on-one blocks. And that's why I said this may be something that they knew was a problem and may be a problem going forward, which also leads to a lot of those rotations where depending on what the game is, run scheme, pass scheme, where it's at, the type of defensive line that you're playing, if you're playing a smaller defensive line, you can't have heavy-footed guys out there. If you're playing more of a Big Ten, 310-pound nose tackles in there, maybe it behooves you to put someone with a little bit of ass out there. Because like when you talk about Poncho and you talk about Pickard playing center, Pickard gets blown off the ball. I mean, he just gets blown up. When you watch him, there are plays, run plays and pass plays, he literally is getting thrown 4 yards in the backfield. And remember what I said about levels, guards and centers staying on the same levels? If you get one old lineman that is on that's 3 yards behind everyone else, at that point it almost becomes impossible to pass anything off. So let's say I'm a right guard and my guy takes an inside rush. What I'm counting on is that my center, that eventually if I just wash him down, I run into someone else. Sometimes when you watch old linemen play, it just becomes a big quagmire, right? And that's kind of what you're thinking. The idea is don't get beat inside, right? You can always shove everyone inside and create a mess, or you can shove them around the outside like the horn for tackles, right? Where you see tackles literally bait a guy. Hey, you want to go upfield? Cool, I'll just run you by the quarterback. Inside is I'm just going to throw you down in the wash. But if the center gets blown back off the ball 3 or 4 yards, there is no wash. Now I take my guard that's maybe a little heavy-footed and he's getting beat by a half a man on the inside and there's no buffer there. Now I take what normally would be me running into someone and that ending that charge. Now that guy's got a free run and now I've got inside pressure and it blows up my pocket. So that's what when you say, well, you need to put Poncho in there. Okay, so now we bring Poncho in there at center, and he's a guy that can kind of anchor the line. He's big, he's heavy in there, but he's not great at snapping the ball and blocking, and so then he's getting beat right off the get-go. And now he's got no continuity because he can't set the pocket. So you've got kind of two separate problems going on. And it may actually kind of be one of those things is depending on who they're playing in situational, that may be why you see this constant rotation trying to find some combo that works.
You think they could bring Sewell back?
It would help. But honestly, bringing him back, it still wouldn't solve all of your problems. What you could do is say, hey, but you know what would happen is everyone would just ignore, you'd put your worst defensive lineman on the left side and be like, dude, just...
Try to exploit the other four guys.
Try to tell them a story and try not to get your ass kicked too bad, and we'll just deal with the other side. So honestly, the best thing that Oregon can do here, and not to be completely doom and gloom, because on all of if you go back and watch all of the big pass plays, and can we also just calm down? Dylan Gabriel was 18 of 21.
I'm not going to calm. Don't tell me to calm down.
Yeah, he's 84%. On the season.
Yeah, 84%. So I looked that up today. You know that's not even top 3.
Really?
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Isn't that wild?
Well, I feel like sometimes and again, I'm trying to give the listener a little glimpse of what I'm seeing, but it also comes across very negative because we're talking specifically about the issues that you're having. Dylan Gabriel is completing 80+% of his passes. And on the plays, the big plays that he had, the 3 big strikes, beautiful pockets. Like ample time to throw, right? No pressure, standing back there. No one's anywhere near him, and he just delivers strikes. So, yes, the 7 sacks are horrible, but this isn't something where I'm saying this is like the worst O-line I've ever seen. Like, you're having these moments, and what teams are going to start doing, and I don't know why Boise didn't do this, is they're just going to play everything behind. They're going to play a deep look and try to keep everything in front and be like, you're not consistent enough to beat us down the field, which is what the NFL is doing right now. But when Oregon has time to throw, they've been very, very effective doing it. So it's not all doom and gloom, but the best thing that Oregon can do...
Gabriel third, by the way.
Third.
Completion percentage.
The best thing they can do to get this thing going is to run the ball. If you start consistently running the ball, teams will press you less. You'll stay out of 3rd and long situations, and it settles everyone down. Nothing settles an O-line down better than just putting your hand in the dirt and going forward, because run blocking is pretty simple. Pass blocking is complex. You got to figure out where you're going. You got to figure out where the pressure's coming from, and you got to be a dancing bear. So it wouldn't shock me if Oregon came out and really made a concerted effort early on in this game against Oregon State, is to not get cute, line up in 12 personnel, and just, you got some big tight ends. Just line up and start mashing people and maybe work more of a play action game to just kind of settle everyone down.
Hudson Card, by the way.
Yeah.
Purdue. Remember him?
Yeah.
Texas guy, or former Texas guy. 24 of 25, 96% completion percentage.
Good Lord.
Of course, they've only played the one game. Number 2 is Jackson Dart. Yeah, have you seen his numbers?
Yeah, they're silly. Ohio, and by the way, not Ohio State.
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss. A lot of people think Ole Miss right now looks like the 3rd or 4th best team in the country.
Well, I mean,
they haven't played anyone, but
they've played 2 cupcakes. Now they've
cleaned up in the portal.
They have won those 2 games by a combined total of 128-3.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart is 47 of 54 for 87%.
Yeah.
795 yards, which is the most in the nation. 6 tutties and no picks.
Heisman?
Well, I mean,
well, yeah.
Can we? It's 2 weeks in. Just.
Well, I know, but still, dude,
he looks really good.
I mean, he's awesome. He'll be there in the end. Ole Miss is loaded. They got a lot of, as Buck said, a lot of transfers. I mean, if you're talking about Oregon not looking good, and this is going to be a problem all year, if it matters in the first 2 games that you don't look good, it should matter that you do look good.
Yes.
And that's Texas, that's Ole Miss, and that's Georgia. Right now, those 3 teams specifically have
USC,
not skipped
too.
a beat. And USC's look good, but I'm not sure that they're at that level.
Well, but they have the best win. I mean, with Texas beat Michigan and then beating LSU on a neutral field. So then
Gabriel's third, 84%.
Yeah. So that's, and by the way, you saw some really good running. The running numbers got skewed because of all the sacks against Boise State, but I think James averaged almost 6 yards a carry. So there were a lot of positive signs going forward. The sacks, ugh. And by the way, a couple of those, again, Dylan Gabriel needs to be better too. It's not always just an O-line thing. Again, both of those probably could have been avoided with Gabriel, but it's again early in an offense and all those things. But there were signs of life. And so what you got to see here is you got to see continual improvement. I know it's weird, but it did get better from Idaho to Boise State, and now you need to see it get better against Oregon State and keep going.
Then they get
forward.
a week off.
And you get a week off.
After that, right?
Yes. And then hopefully you get some healthy bodies back and you can get settled in.
Is it Michigan State after that?
It's Michigan State, UCLA.
Oh, no, UCLA's next.
And then Michigan State?
So I think it goes Oregon State, bye week, UCLA.
I thought it was Michigan State next, then UCLA.
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe we should look that up.
Well, I do know that it's those two teams. I'm just not certain the it's UCLA, then UCLA. Michigan State, and then you get...
But they get a bye after Oregon State.
Oregon State.
Yeah, so that's good.
And hopefully then you can get some healthy bodies back there in the interior, and you can settle on some things. But this may be one of those little nagging things that we talk about all year, because right now it does appear to be the weak link. Gabriel's a stud. When you give that guy time, he's going to kill you. I'd also like to see him be more involved in the run game. He's got legs. He can scramble. I know that maybe they hesitant to do that because of the injury thing, but in big games, I like to see him get more involved in the run game. You could do some things with moving the pocket. I know you're moving some protections right now, but maybe do some more stuff to kind of put him on the move against the better teams. But everything about this offense you love right now. It's just I think the O-line may be a lingering issue all year. It's just a matter of how much does that hold you back. And if you just clean up the penalties too and stop shooting yourself in the foot, that's going to go a long way too. Stop putting yourself behind the chains.
How about this? Talk with your damn helmet.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about that, Jason?
It's easier said than done.
Dan Lanning, 4 o'clock tomorrow. Coming up next, Wednesday Waldorf. How about that NFL? Setting records next on The Fan.
The home
Got a lot in the salad today.
I showed Rop one of the plays that I was watching, where Gabriel actually escaped the sack and actually scrambled. And it was one of those where I told you the right guard Harper was pulling out and made it look like run, and he was supposed to block the D end. And I showed it to Rob. What does the right guard do when he pulls?
Oh, I don't know. He just sucks.
He just stops. Like he pulls, and then as he's approaching his defensive end, he just
pulls up.
He just stops.
He did not talk with his helmet.
No, and the D end just runs by him, and like that's the sort of stuff that I don't. That's not a scheme thing. That's not a continuity thing. That's just a I don't know what you're doing thing. So
all right,
yeah,
all right.
I just wanted to show you that. I want to show you that clip.
All right. Look, I think what I'm gathering here, the Oregon offensive line sucks.
I'm not going to say that, but there's problems.
You're kind of saying that.
There's problems.
You do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
Problems. Yeah, so the Waldorf, the salad, you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Got a lot in here.
I need a crunch to my salad, and the Waldorf has that.
Yeah, I do like a crunch.
Like a candied walnut in there.
Well, in the apple crunch.
Oh, love the apple
You know,
crunch. Yeah.
a little juicy.
Can I throw some cranberries and some dried cherries in there?
Maybe a vinaigrette.
Oh, now we're talking.
Oh, yeah. Is that hot?
It's getting sensual in here.
The NFL, that damn NFL.
Yeah.
They reported that the NFL averaged 21 million viewers per game.
It's a lot of people.
During week 1.
It's a lot of people.
Most watched week 1 on record. That's crazy.
When I thought we canceled the NFL a couple years ago. Those sons of bitches. We're never watching again.
Yeah, I think the NFL's doing fine without those people.
Turns out it's...
Or are they watching?
They're watching.
They're all
They're
watching.
all watching. Yeah.
But they said...
Well, 30 million people tuned in.
Now those bastards stop taking a knee, I can watch again.
I'm never watching the NFL ever again.
Until now. And last year.
Well, that's
and
insane.
The year before that.
To put that in perspective, I looked up the highest rated NBA game ever. 22 million.
Yeah. And just so the average NFL game. And can we admit,
average in a random week 1, the average was 21 million.
And can we admit, as much as we love the NFL, there were like 3 good games. Like there were
it was kind of crappy.
There were some bad games.
It was crappy football.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't good.
I mean, it's insane.
The offensive football right now in the NFL is it's not great.
I haven't done too much digging into this. Probably not hard to find, but is our fandom with the NFL rivaling that of European soccer over there?
I don't know.
Because you always hear about how popular it is.
I don't know if on a global scale, no, we don't even sniff it.
No,
but,
I'm saying just like
soccer
in England or soccer in Scotland.
When there's a regular EPL game on, I don't know. Maybe Buck, when you're not sitting there doing Buckley things, maybe you can look that up for us. What is the average? What is a random Europe like a Premier League game? What is that? What does that bring in?
Over there, though.
Yeah, over there, not here.
Yeah,
well, they have a much smaller population, though. So I mean, are we?
Well, that's true.
I'll still find it, but our population dwarfs theirs.
Yeah.
So
fair.
It's a good point.
Maybe it is going to be hard to find that.
Good point.
But I wonder what is more popular.
Look at Buck trying to get out of work once again.
I'm mid Google search over here.
So am I. But you mainly just get U.S.
Google me, bitch.
TV ratings. Yeah. And U.S. TV ratings, it's like 3 million. I mean, it's like over here we're watching European soccer, but I'm talking about England.
Yes. In
the height of they always just say it's crazy over there.
Yes, it is. And
are we to that level with our NFL?
I think we're getting close. Look,
we gotta be.
There is nothing from politics to Taylor Swift, to the Oscars movies. There is nothing in our country that rivals the NFL. And I'm not saying sports because look, some other sports are popular. The NFL, there is nothing that moves the needle like the NFL. Nothing.
Maybe Shannon Sharpe.
Wasn't that kind of the same thing?
No, I wouldn't say he's NFL. He's just
Shay Shay.
Did you see what he did today? You surely you saw why he was trending.
What did Shay?
Oh, you would know if you saw it.
You didn't see it because you don't know.
You would know if you saw it.
Well, I'm not going to play any audio, but
I don't think we can.
Well, yeah. I mean, we probably could, but it's not going to happen. Anyway, he had his phone live streaming on Instagram.
Unc went live on IG. What do you think he was doing?
Yeah.
Boy.
guess what he was doing.
Oh boy, I got a good idea.
What do you think he was doing?
Well, I if it's involving what I know that he has available to him,
what does that
the
mean?
largest penis in the world, and the dude pops up. I'm just saying. I have been in the locker room and in the shower area with Shannon Sharpe, and it is well established, my opinion, on what that man is bringing to the table. So I'm guessing that he was probably doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a girl calling him Papa, and he was grunting like a feral hog.
Yeah.
Of course, it wasn't really him because he was hacked. That's
yeah,
what
he says he was hacked, but and it was just the only video was just his phone pointed at the floor, which kind of makes me think he did that on purpose, and I would not put it past that guy, but I can't prove that, so I'm just going to move along here. But yes, it's it's a thing.
Well, I can confirm it's a thing.
And
everyone knew it was a thing.
He was trending today.
It was discussed in our locker room.
All right, so later when we get back to the Wednesday Waldorf, bad PR on line 1, and Joe Buck is bad at golf.
Yeah, I saw this.
Got some stories there for you. But we got to move on. We got to move on to In the News here. Up next, a very popular figure is coming to Portland. Who do you think it is?
Interesting. Ramblin' Rod.
He's dead.
JP Patches.
Dead.
Bozo.
Dead.
Hey, it's your window daddy.
Is Window Daddy coming?
I'm right here.
Isachi.
I'm already in Portland. Although I should do a one-man stand-up show.
Absolutely.
As Window Daddy.
Window Daddy meets Asachi?
First Segi, I'll do Isachi. No, Isachi's headline material. I'll do Window Daddy.
That's the closer.
And I'll sing a few hits, and then I'll do the encore and come back out and reveal the Isachi brand.
One-man show.
Isachi. Anyway, no, very, very, very popular man coming to town. We'll tell you who that is next. Here's Buck. time to move along here. Move it along.
Nothing to see here. Except I did watch the Shannon Sharpe video.
Yeah, what'd you think?
Well, there's nothing to see, but there's a lot to hear.
Yes.
He's rooting around like a boar.
You think he did that on purpose?
No.
No? You think it was an honest mistake?
Yeah, it's probably an honest mistake.
I think he was filming before that with his phone, and like he flipped his thumb. He thought he turned it off, and he like went live on accident instead.
He just certainly went live.
All right. Very live.
She seemed to enjoy it. Again, this is one of those hacks or whatever. It's not going to hurt his reputation at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know why you have to say I was hacked. Why don't you just say, yeah, sorry, my bad.
Well, I was actually hacked this weekend, and I don't have anything nearly that cool. Damn. I gotta be better.
It is September 11, 2024. It's time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello. Thank you. Today we are sponsored by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is Make Your Bed Day. So did you make your bed today?
I am a terrible person because I don't.
I never do either.
And I get in trouble for it a lot.
There's really no reason to, in my opinion.
Well,
unless you're having company over.
Yeah, I get what is company coming over to check out your bedroom?
Well, I mean, if you just kind of want to straighten up. Yeah.
Did you know that former Oregon Duck Marcus Mariota makes his bed every day, even in his hotel room?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Why?
He believes that you should start every day with a good habit.
Okay.
So even when he's staying in a hotel, he makes the bed, doesn't wait for the maids to do it.
Hey, I respect it.
Yeah.
But I don't do that. Yeah, I'm just going to jump right back in it later that night. So.
And I do feel bad sometimes because after the lady leaves in the morning, she gets up way before me because she goes to work. I usually end up in some sort of swirly. I do a lot of rolls.
Yeah.
So like the bed, it just looks like there was some sort of animal fight in the middle of my bed. There's just no rhyme or reason for where pillows and blankets are. And then she comes in at night and just looks at it and is like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "I don't know what to tell you."
Just getting comfortable.
Yeah, gotta move around a little bit.
It is also National Emergency Responders Day, as you can imagine, it being 9/11.
That would make sense.
Did you know that over 45,000 first responders and citizens in New York City or around suffer from at least one cancer or disease directly related to 9/11?
Yeah.
Did you know that?
John Stewart has been a guy that has fought for these guys and their health care and the rights.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous that we don't take better care of them.
Anything related to dust, smoke, debris, even trauma. So they don't distinguish between physical and mental diseases. That's a lot of it. But that doesn't even include the over 1,800 people who have died.
Yeah, can't even fathom.
And there's like 400 more thousand that were working, living in or going to school in the area and took in a lot of the debris, the
debris. Dust, smoke, all that stuff. I just remember because that obviously happened in September, and I flew over it because my agent was based out of Connecticut, so we flew into New York. That would have been in like February or March, and I'll never forget the scope, the size of it, because that was obviously they hadn't cleaned the rubble or anything like that, and I'll still smoking. I'll never forget it. It just even from the air, I just didn't have an appreciation for the enormity of the rubble.
Okay, we've got a very important person coming to town. Sometimes they call those VIPs.
Yes, I do like important people.
You may, I think you'll be at this show. I'm going to go ahead and predict it right now.
Talk to me, Goose. I
believe I'll be at this show. This is one of my few heroes.
Really?
I love this man.
You have a hero, huh?
Well, I mean, I use that term quite
of sorts. He's heroic in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he really is. He's wonderful. Here is him announcing a new tour.
Hello, I'm Larry David. Lucky me. So listen, there are some tickets going on sale for this thing I'm doing. It's really nothing. It'll be a total waste of your time. There's not that many things to do at night. So yeah, I guess if you have nothing to do. But you could consider bowling. It's not a terrible, I haven't done it in about 50 years. But now that I mention it, I think I might hit the lanes soon. Anyway, if you want to go, you go. If you don't, you don't. Not a big deal either way.
Okay. A conversation with Larry David. He is going on tour this fall.
Oh.
He's not doing that many shows, and one of them is in Portland.
Get right down to town.
It will be at Theater of the Clouds, which is
it's Moda Center.
Center.
They rope off the top.
November 21st.
Count me in. I have no idea what that show is going to be, but I will be there because I adore Larry David.
That's a Thursday night.
Now, he started as a stand-up comedian, him and Jerry. Is he doing stand-up, or is it more of a one-man show?
It's a conversation with Larry David.
Huh.
And that's all we know.
That may be terrible, and I don't care. I'm going anyways.
It says that tickets, so you can get pre-sale tickets this Thursday, which is tomorrow, 10 a.m., with code Pretty Good before the general sale, which begins on Friday.
I don't think that's how you say it.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Tickets and info at LarryDavidTour.com. The one in Denver, he's kicking it off in Denver September 20th. And Peyton Manning is going to host that one.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't say who would host the one here. But
hey, maybe Asachi.
Right? Yeah, who should host it? Yeah, who should host it besides you, obviously?
Well, me.
Or you too.
It's the great Joe Donlin doing.
Oh, maybe who's our guy in L.A.?
Ian Carmel?
Ian Carmel.
Yeah,
He'd be a great host for
see that.
Larry David.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah.
So Denver, Seattle, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Chicago, then Portland, and he will wrap it up with Phoenix, Austin, and Hollywood, Florida, playing to all the olds on December 5th.
I have no idea what this is going to be about, but I'm juiced. And on Also Ticket News, someone just pointed this out. Remember we were talking the other day about Daniel Tosh?
Yeah.
And how, like, I never... It doesn't seem to be doing much anymore other than podcasting. Tosh is coming to ALNA in December.
Good grief.
Look at that.
It's an embarrassment of funny riches.
Everything is lining up, Funny Bone. Let's go.
All right, so coming up next, I mean, if this guy is a coach at your daughter's cheer camp, you know what I'm saying, dude?
Be suspicious.
We'll get to that story when we return. This is In the News on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories, brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
We're preparing as if Justin is going to be our quarterback. I think that's the appropriate way to do it. Speculation is a waste of time. Russell's hurt. He's not available to us.
Mike Tomlin.
Yeah,
you know him, right?
I think he hates Justin Fields, but he doesn't have a choice, so go with Justin Fields.
He doesn't have a choice.
No.
At least it's not Kenny Pickett.
That is true. And look,
or Mason Rudolph.
Fields can do some things, throw outside the numbers, move the pocket, more mobile guy. I mean, they won week 1.
The Fan's Window into Sports brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down, no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now
54. I saw this story, and I just thought of something that you talk about a lot. This is out of St. Helens.
Fine city of St. Helens.
Yeah, sure it's wonderful.
I like St. Helens. Yeah. Look
Me
at you.
too.
Look
True
at you
story.
crapping on St. Helens.
I'm sure it's great.
I don't like your attitude right now.
But when you take your daughter to cheer camp,
yeah,
if you see the overzealous, bubbly type A mom reliving her old cheer days, you know you're in the right place.
Yeah.
Place, right? I mean, it's like that fits.
100%.
But when you see this guy,
100%,
26-year-old dude with long hair and a long beard, single guy with no daughter.
Yeah. Anthony Trinkler,
yeah, and he's a coach. Like, come on, is that not?
Yeah, who are the dumbasses doing the vetting here?
Right.
Like, you don't have alarm bells going off. There's not one person in that organization who thinks, wait a second.
Yeah, just because he may treat you nice to your face or
yeah.
know a thing or two about
there's certain things that just aren't appropriate, even if they look okay above the surface.
It shouldn't be that hard to be like, I'm not leaving my daughter with him. It really should. And by the way, I'll profile myself. If you show up to cheer camp, if you show up to a Vancouver, Washington cheer camp, and I come out like the back and I'm like, who's ready to cheer?
Take your kid home and find an admin.
Bingo.
Yeah, but you have a daughter or two daughters.
Yeah, they're all old and gone.
I don't have any daughters.
That's true.
Am I creepier than you if that happens? Or if I come out of there?
Well, no, because my daughter, like I said, if my daughter was in the cheer camp, but they're like, hey, where are your kids? And I'm like, they're old. I'm more into the youngins. Like, you can't have that.
Just here for the love of sport.
Just here for the love of cheer.
Yeah, I just love cheer. Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't.
Police arrested a 26-year-old coach at a St. Helens gymnastics camp last week, accusing him of sexually abusing a very young girl and trying to sexually abuse another one while they were at the camp.
Yeah.
Court documents from Columbia County detail what two girls around 5 years old attending Vault Elite Cheer Day Camp this summer in St. Helens told investigators about the alleged actions of Anthony Trinkler. I won't get into that, but there's another case. The mother of a girl contacted authorities in August and told them that he was doing some stuff. She was 9.
Yeah, I didn't like that one of the moms, moms of the girls literally said, in the cheer world, it's very hands-on. So this would be a culture where it could happen. No.
Well, yeah, that's exactly why when you look at Trinkler...
You don't hire a Trinkler.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I mean, come on, man.
Doesn't have to be hands-on. It's like, really, does anyone need to be touching a 5-year-old other than the parents?
Well,
I say no.
Look, I
say no.
Our old office was right next to the
Oregon Ballet Company.
The ballet.
Yeah.
And I will say, while that whole thing is Creep City.
Bingo.
You know, their studio had wide open, like you could see what they were doing in the studio, and we'd park back there, and you
remember once I got run off by a mom, and she was probably in the right.
Right. She thought you were the Trinkler of that studio.
Yeah.
And she was, she probably wasn't wrong.
Yeah, you don't want me sitting in a car. I was waiting for a buddy. I was sitting in my car, and I had a mom come out and was like, excuse me? And I was like, well, oh, yeah. Like, you know what? I didn't even
You're right. I should not be sitting here.
I didn't even get mad. I was like, you know what? You're right, ma'am. I was on my phone. It probably looked like I was videotaping. I'm like, I'm just going to go right now. And that mom probably was onto something.
Now, that was ballet, not gymnastics, but I
thing.
can tell you it was very hands-on.
Yeah.
But they were usually women, females and stuff.
Yeah, I don't, it just...
But...
It's all bad.
It's all bad.
Yeah, the Trinkler there should not be touching your children. It blows me away how many parents are just like, well, it's cheer camp, so have at it.
Do you know what will make it even creepier?
Do we have to?
Yeah.
All right. What do we got?
Are you sitting down?
Yeah, I am, but I'm bracing myself because this is going to be bad, I can tell.
He's done it before?
They said he is a close family friend to one of the girls and is referred to as Uncle.
Oh, Can I make an admission here?
Everybody.
Yeah.
I am Uncle Jay to like 9 different kids, and they all say it like they all refer to me that way in a very caring way, and it just I don't know how to tell anyone, and maybe this is it. Stop calling me that. It's just every time I hear it, I'm like, I don't want to be that.
Why not?
It's because it's got a bad connotation. Like I just
Unky.
Yeah, they're like Uncle Jay, and I'm like or like it'll be like the parents will be like, oh that's, or they'll be introducing me. They're like, oh that's just Uncle Jay. There's no worse.
Yeah.
There's no worse term in the English language than uncle. It just has a bad connotation to it.
Us uncles out here catching strays.
You got drunk uncle. You got the Uncle Sticky Fingers, Uncle Touchy.
Gross.
It's all bad.
Get the fun uncle.
That's the Funkle. But the problem is that Funkle often turns into Uncle Touchy. I don't know, man.
Dude.
I just touch you. I was gonna say don't.
What?
I was gonna say only touch your own kids, but then that sounded even worse.
Oh no!
Clip that.
Damn it!
Oh no!
The Washington County Sheriff's Office Tactical Negotiations Team seized roughly 6,600 pounds of weed.
No. How do I?
This from a property on Tongue Lane.
How do I get in contact with these people? 6 tons?
No. 6,600 pounds.
Oh. It's a lot of that is more than a ton.
I think you thought tons because I said it was on Tongue Lane.
Tongue Lane.
That would be 3 tons ish.
It's a lot of tons of weed.
Did you just wait? Do you know that conversion, or did you do that?
Well, tons 2,000 pounds. So over 6,000 pounds would be a little over 3 tons.
I didn't
right?
know that. A ton is 2,000 pounds.
I'm pretty sure.
It makes no sense.
I might have missed that day in school.
Yeah, it is. It makes.
Do you know how much that's worth on the streets? 6,600 pounds of weed. What do you think that's worth?
I'm gonna go 500 G's.
$6 million.
Ooh, that's a lot.
U.S.
That's all right. Hey.
Yeah, a community member notified the sheriff's office that the pungent odors of marijuana
I would guess that couple
were
tons.
coming from the location. Initial information was circulating to community members that the area was a storage facility for hemp, which turned out not to be true.
Wrong.
Deputies served a search warrant on the property after the citizen reported the odor.
Way to go, citizen. How about you be a citizen and mind your own business?
Well, I mean...
It's a lot of weed.
Would you... Okay, that's an interesting question. Like, let's say you live out there.
No.
And you smell that.
No. I've had this happen.
And you wouldn't call the...
So, years and years ago when I lived in La Center, I lived out rurally, and I would...
that's right, because didn't you dump your sewage down there?
No.
In the...
No.
Yeah, you did.
No.
You dumped your sewage on this guy's pot.
No.
He had a poop pot.
No.
Thanks to you.
I was riding my bike out on the rural roads.
That's the good stuff.
And I came around a corner, and oh my God, the aroma. It was just the most intense smell. And I just started laughing. And I looked, and the shadiest group of like mobile homes was on this property with like a weird, like corrugated metal makeshift fence put up. And so I just stopped, and I was taking a drink of water, and I was looking at this thing, and I got off my bike. I was just resting, and I was staring at this thing, kind of laughing to myself, like, oh my God, what's going on here? And that's when Hillbilly Jim came out and let me know that like what the F was going on. And I was like, holy crap. I got on my bike and I rode so damn fast away. That was one of those, who the hell are you? Why are you there? And you know what? I didn't say anything. I just was like, well, whatever that guy was doing was none of my business, and it was my bad for stopping in the first place.
Let's say you live out this way and you just smell it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just assume that it's legal?
Yeah,
right?
probably.
I mean, it's legal, so...
I don't know. Like, it's weed. I'm not getting involved in anyone's weed business.
Right.
Like if it's Uncle Touchy and he's running a backstreet cheer camp and I see a bunch of weird kids in his backyard, yeah, I'll place a call. But if I just smell weed, sort of Karen is smelling weed and is dialing the police. Although it turns out, massive illegal grow, and there was probably other bad things going on. So she was probably in the right here. I still
Why do you think it's a she?
Oh,
I never said it was a she.
She called.
Doesn't say.
She called.
Look at you, just assuming it's a Karen.
Yeah.
Well, I really enjoy the show. Thank you. Bye.
Buck's wife would have called. She calls about speed bumps. She calls about massive weed growths.
Hey, we got our speed. We got our speed cushions. We got our speed cushions in the
Wait,
neighborhood.
did your wife call in
No.
tell people to slow down?
No.
Fuck.
They had
Is your wife a Karen?
No,
Fuck.
no. This is the corner she's been painted into. No. There was a civic meeting to discuss.
Civic meeting.
Down at the middle school to discuss the implementation of speed cushions, for which my wife was a proponent.
Okay.
And she went to said meeting?
She went to the meeting.
And let her voice be known?
Did not let her voice be known, just watched. She did say she would help canvass the neighborhood.
Was there a vote?
But she didn't.
This sounds like a reduction. Tell us the truth.
What?
Tell us what happened.
Sounds like a reduction or a redaction?
A reduction of what actually... You're minimizing her role in this.
I am not. There were signs up around the neighborhood saying, "We're considering speed cushions. Come to this meeting about it." And then she went to the meeting.
Okay.
And people talked about it, and she left the meeting, and she's like, "I actually think it sounds like a good idea." She volunteered to help canvass the neighborhood. That never even ended up happening, but everyone voted on it, and they voted for the speed cushions anyways, and now we have them.
I think Mrs. Buckley helped spearhead this. And I also believe that Miss Buckley would rat someone out for a weed grow. You're telling me if your neighbor had a strong, pungent smell of weed...
Hey, my lady's no narc.
You sure about that?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yeah. Yeah, she's not ratting out the neighbors.
I don't think he's certain about that.
I don't think mine would. Maybe she would.
I think that if she thought something was amiss, she'd bring it up to me.
Yeah.
I think the so-and-sos have a such and such
and
going
then
on.
You would be like,
I'm
babe,
like, okay,
just
like
leave it.
That's their business.
They
Whatever.
might shoot you.
Yeah.
But about those speed bumps. What do they call them? Speed what?
Cushions.
It's because they're trying to be less of a...
So,
yeah, they're
can we
trying
talk
to be less
about
of
that?
an... Yeah, we can talk about
for just a moment. The speed cushions in our neighborhood are so dumb because they put the emergency vehicle...
Yeah, they put those with ours too.
What do they call it? The emergency vehicle...
The lanes? They're essentially like tire lanes.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
And so as long as there are not two cars that are right next to each other, so they both have to go over the bump
you
parts.
just aim for it.
Everybody is just going over the emergency lanes, and so they're speeding anyway, including myself. I hate to say it, but I do.
I think people are driving considerably slower now.
You do?
Yes.
Even though they have the lanes in there?
Thanks to your wife?
I mean, thanks to her being part of the community, Jason.
Well, that is community involvement. And I always...
You want change in your community? It starts at home.
Yeah,
That's right. You call Mrs. Buckley, and apparently she'll get it done.
I commend
she'll attend the meeting.
And probably rat you out.
I commend people that have the time to do that, but you just won't catch me dead at any of those types of events. I just don't. And it's a bad trait of mine. Yeah. I don't. I think you should be involved and help your community and make your voice heard. And
my wife and a neighbor had cocktails beforehand to make it more bearable when they went to the meeting. They pre-gamed for it.
But I just can't handle
like this guy right here. My wife would rat them out. You know if your wife would rat him out. I like this guy. He
says, I don't call her Gladys Kravitz for nothing. Oh, my God.
We all know that person that's picking up the phone. There's suspicious activity. 100%.
Because I think the only thing that happens when you really get involved is it consumes way more of your time than it should because people are stupid and now they're going to come bitch at you.
Yep.
And it's just like, you don't need that. I'd rather just be focused on, me.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I'm with you. I've long said that if you had a protest about something that I believed in deeply, and that protest occurred in my backyard, 50-50 chance I show up. It's going to depend on the day, the time, what's
protest. Well, what about just a meeting?
Yeah.
About something in your neighborhood that does pertain to you.
In my yard.
In your yard. They're all going to come over there.
Is it football season?
Yes. It's right now. It's tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow's
Thursday night, Dolphins Bills.
Yep. When you get home from the show, they're all going to be back there.
And they're going to be discussing what to do with the raccoons in the neighborhood.
I got Dolphins Bills on. Can't be bothered. Maybe after I got something to eat and the game got out of hand, I might open a sliding.
Hey, what are we talking about
I might
out
open
here?
a sliding door and stick my head out and be like, what's the consents? But no, I'm not showing up.
And they're fighting out there. They're like rolling around the ground, punching each other.
Oh, then I'm not going out for certain. Stand up on the deck and I'll watch the hell out of that. But no, I have no desire to look. Can I be honest? I have no desire to give back to the community at large. It's not happening.
Well, in my old neighborhood, we had that lady, and man, she was she was a freaking animal.
Yeah.
Like she was a badger
Yeah.
about everything.
Yeah.
And I just always talk to her going, first of all, she's a loser. Like, you're a loser, dude. You have no, like, do you have a life to go to?
Thank you.
Or anyone that, like, what? You are so consumed by all of these things because you have nothing else in your life.
Yeah.
And the energy that it must have taken for her to be involved in all that is way too much for me.
Exactly. And yet that's a hill they choose to die on those hills.
I know. At the same time, I find it kind of commendable because Buck's right. Like, much like his wife, this is how change happens.
Well, it's funny, though. My wife was blown away by the people who were adamantly against getting the speed bumps in the neighborhood. They were
all
like,
the speeders?
Or like, no, they were like old people who didn't want construction in front of their house. That'll be 6 months of trucks out here. And like, yeah, you know, like, I don't care, or everything's
and
fine.
that's why you don't get involved, because all of a sudden you have all these opinions from these people and you're like, what the hell is this? You really think that? You're an idiot. And you can't bite your tongue, and then you get in a fight.
Yeah, right.
It's like, why not? Why am I going
It's like HOA meetings.
I love this.
Yes.
Vancouver Vortex line. A bunch of privileged whites gathering for cookies and punch to involve themselves into others' lives because they know better.
That's exactly right.
That's exactly what that is.
Stay out of other people's business.
Someone saying speed cushions would slow down loud muffler guy or destroy the muffler.
So.
No, actually, I don't think it would. Loud muffler guy can speed, and he's out of the neighborhood faster.
It's true.
If you slow him down, I hear his muffler longer.
No, but the cushion itself could take out the muffler.
True. Oh yeah, like
because of how like low it hangs. Yeah,
No,
exactly.
dude, loud muffler guy. He's
aware.
He's prepped.
They've safeguarded for that.
He's got an iron plate on the bottom. You're not taking out loud muffler guy.
All right, that's in the news, September 11, 2024. Coming up next, the hot 5 at 5 on The Fan.
Reynolds Defense Firm is voted best DUI defense firm in the Willamette Valley. This is McDaniel Reynolds with Reynolds Defense Firm.
Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. It's your Sports Bros, Rob and Sook. I'm Rob. Big Sook right over there.
Right here.
We were talking about community meetings, and I was asked on the Vancouver Ford text line that because I said I would never attend a community meeting, and I stand by that. Mm-hmm. And someone asked, "You wouldn't attend a town hall meeting if it were to eliminate loud mufflers forever?" And the answer is no.
Yeah.
Because
it's the right answer.
This is exactly what I'm saying. So that is something that I'm very passionate about. I think loud muffler guy is obnoxious.
It is part of your platform, yes.
And even that can't make me interested.
Well, I just think it's really, especially at 6 a.m. Like, you're a effing loser. Like, it is so freaking obnoxious, and they have no regard for waking up other people or just being loud. It just drives me effing insane.
You do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
I would not go to the meeting unless you told me I was one of 5 decision makers or 7 decision makers. Sure. Now, you get you get north of that. The more people you add, this is why I'm not going, because you just get louder and dumber people, and nothing gets done, or your voice gets lost, and I just don't have. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah,
right. Like, I mean, Buckley was talking about his wife going to that speed cushion meeting,
or leading the meeting, as I like to think, but
as you like to think.
And what did she say? She said it's insane.
She said it was like an episode out of Parks and Recreation, and the people who are like against it, the reasons for it are like, well, how do we know it's even going to work? Well, because we've tested it in other neighborhoods and we know it does. They're like these ridiculous pushbacks.
Well, they have these bad ideas.
Yeah.
Or they have narrow views of everything,
and they're very concerned with like the stake as it pertains to them specifically, and not the neighborhood as a whole. And
and they put up roadblocks, and they have dumb ideas, and it just becomes an eye roll, and it becomes a Parks and Rec episode. And I have better things to do.
I'm with you,
even if it's for loud muffler.
Wait, what things do you have to do?
Well, I mean,
anything is more important than that.
But if you told me I'm a key decision maker, you better believe I'm showing up with my agenda.
Yeah, if like you're like a city council thing, and they're like, "Rob, you're the tie-breaking vote,"
I'm taking those guys down.
Your Councilman Jam.
All right, coming up.
He's been jammed.
Coming up here this hour, we'll get back to our Wednesday Waldorf and a Kirby Smart Dan Lanning exercise. Was looking at some similarities between those two guys today. Tonight in the club, we have Animal Uprising news. And if you share misinformation, knowingly or unknowingly, you might be crazy.
Oh, okay.
A new study.
Oh, I have an update, by the way, in the sign-off in my neighborhood.
Yeah, Trump versus Kamala.
Another salvo has been fired. I love it.
Yeah, flags!
Oh, it's so good. I'm waiting, although someone may end up getting murdered down there, and I'm going to be like, yeah, I saw that coming.
So that's Club 6 and 7 right now, the Hot 5 at 5, 12.
Oh. Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com.
I have concepts of a plan.
Number 5.
By the way, someone just forwarded me a study. I just looked it up from Car and Driver magazine. I will be presenting you the findings later. Hopefully, we can get to it today. But it studies loud exhaust guy, and I can't wait to present it to you.
How do you feel about motorcycles? Is it in the same?
Well, again,
is it in the same vein?
Yes. It's just all so unnecessarily loud. Yes, it's obnoxious. It doesn't need to be that loud.
What if it gives you some more horsey power?
I want a bunch of gypsy. By the way, did you know that 1 horse does not equal 1 horsepower? I found that out like a week ago. My mind blown.
It had to have been at one point, right? No?
Don't even know. My whole world torn asunder. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah, Hot 5 at 5.
Yeah, Dolphins running back Raheem Mostert is out tomorrow against the Bills. He has a chest injury suffered in Week 1. It's not just a calf for Niner star Christian McCaffrey. He's also dealing with Achilles tendonitis. So he's reportedly a long shot for this week's game in Minnesota.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that. Because whenever you hear the Achilles tendonitis, you think of, well, snapped Achilles.
I think of the Kevin Durant finals against the Raptors.
Richard Sherman, all that. So, dude, if you're a Niner fan or a fantasy football owner, your pucker factor is quite high. And let's be honest, you didn't need him Week 1.
Well, the Mets have the toughest remaining schedule of any team in baseball. But they don't care.
No, we're just out here getting it done.
They began the day tied with Atlanta for that third wild card spot in the National League, and boy, did they have a nice win. They were being no-hit by some bro from the Blue Jays named Francis. But they explode for 6 runs in the 9th and win in Toronto 6-2.
Diaz shuts the door and are now a half game up on the Bravos.
I mean, come on.
Look, I'm not counting any of my chickens before they're hatched, but look, let's just say this. Mets are going to the postseason. It's a team of destiny at this point.
They have a little magic, I will say.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun just to be in the conversation.
The Braves are currently losing to the Nationals 4-1. That is in the bottom of the 6th.
Suck it, Braves. It would be double sweet to get into the postseason and eliminate the Braves at the same time. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
The Rams lose 2 starters on their offensive line. They're already without Puka Nacua. Both of these guys are going to be out at least 4 weeks. Left guard Steve Avila and left tackle Joe Noteboom.
And they've already down their other starting tackle. They're actually on their 3rd tackle at this point. I mean,
there's always one team
it's all kinds
that
of bad.
just gets hammered early in the season with injuries and they just can't recover. It blows up their season. I mean, this, Ryan Buckley, you know this. The Niners had this one year. Shanahan, quarterback went down and all hell broke loose and they sucked.
And also keep in mind too, I was going through some of the advanced analytics that people were putting out, and the best way to say this, the Rams under Sean McVay have never been able to overcome a bad O-line. Like, their success is directly tied to the block, run or pass block success rate.
Like, his scheme can be as great as you want, but they don't have that.
Yeah, like Shanahan's are like McDonald's is fun because they all come from the same tree, but Miami and San Francisco, believe it or not, they excel at hiding bad O-lines. Sean McVay does not. So this could be problematic for the Rams because this is probably right now the most injured group of any position in the NFL, and it's not getting better anytime soon.
Shohei Ohtani is trying to become Major League Baseball's first ever 50-50 man. He begins the evening with 46 home runs and 47 steals with 17 games remaining. The Dodgers taking on the Cubs later. Mariners missed a golden opportunity to gain on the Astros last night, but they ended up losing. It'll be Brian Wu tonight against the Padres. That AL East race is pretty tight. The Yankees currently losing to my Royals on 9/11 in the 5th, 1-0.
You gonna be a jerk and spoil that on 9/11?
I'm certainly hoping so. That's why I wear my Royals hat today.
I just watched him play Sook's favorite highlight of all time. W throwing out the first pitch.
So good.
The O's are tied in Boston right now, 1-1 in the bottom of the 4th. I believe at the start of the night, I think the Yankees are up a game on the...
I thought it was a game and a half.
Oh, no, it's only a half game.
Half a game?
Yeah. Tight race. Everything else is 4 games or more.
Is Ohtani, by the way, does he already have 2 MVPs or does he just have the 1?
I think just 1.
Okay. Right? I was going to say, is he winning another one this year?
Number 1.
So is he already going to have 3?
Number 1.
Let me double check that for you. No, you're right. He has 2.
So
Rookie of the Year and 2 MVPs.
So he's already going to, I mean, he's not, no one's catching him. So he's going to have 3 MVPs in however many seasons he's been here.
Looks like that will be the case. And he'll have 3 MVPs in 5 seasons. Well, not 5 seasons total, but the last 5 seasons. And then, oh, by the way, next year he's going to pitch and win a Cy Young.
And probably the MVP yet again. Turns out he's good at baseball.
Oregon State has lost starting left tackle Tyler Volton. He announced that he is done for the season with an ACL injury suffered last week against San Diego State. It's a big blow. He's one of the Beavers' highest graded offensive linemen thus far. Big guy, 6'4", 365. Oregon just 1 win in Corvallis since 2014. The kickoff here on the Fan Saturday, 12:30.
Yeah, he's actually their right guard, but yeah.
Oh, what did I say?
You said right tackle.
I thought he was left guard.
No,
I had written down left guard.
Well, he's their guard. You said tackle, but yeah, it's a big blow because if you're Oregon State, I mean, obviously that's what you're going to try to do is just be physical and run the ball on them. And you look at the way Boise State ran the ball on them, you thought maybe you'd have some success, and it's still the plan. It's just that one because they're going to the Gonzalez, who's a redshirt freshman. They're pretty. They think he's a veteran guy that can step in, but it's just a hard guy to replace. Having a big grading mauler in there, especially because Oregon's D line is so big and physical. So that's a tough blow for what Oregon State wants to do in the Civil War.
Hot 5 at 5 brought to you by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victoricos.com. A Kirby Smart Dan Lanning exercise next on the Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is
He just got thrown out.
Got thrown out of trying to push it to a double.
So perhaps the Yankees will come back and beat the Royals in Mets fashion a little bit later.
I doubt it. I mean, the Mets.
I hope not.
The Mets have a flair for the dramatic.
So we've got the Waldorf coming up. We're going to get back to the Waldorf. We have the fresh First Coast fired. Oh, Almost got through it. We have the fresh first coach fired odds.
There you go.
Those have been updated. And Joe Buck is bad at golf.
Yeah. Got a hot blonde out there catching strays.
So I was sitting there thinking about Dan Lanning today. Sitting on my couch this morning while it was raining.
Just pondering some Dan Lanning.
Drinking coffee.
That's disturbing, but all right.
Well, it's my job. I have to think of sports topics. And one of them was, I was sitting there going, I wonder what I asked myself the question. I said, I wonder what the similarities are to Kirby Smart because in their career ascension, because Kirby did not come in right away. He's always been good at Georgia, but he did not come in right away and be this.
Yeah.
It took him some time.
Sure.
So I had to go back, and I did a little, and there's nothing earth-shattering here, but I did want to go back and look at how long it took Kirby Smart to go from really, really good, which that's where Oregon is,
sure,
to this good, where they're winning championships.
Because am I wrong in that Kirby had 1 year and then kind of the ascension? Now, he didn't get over the hump, but I thought he just had the one so year and then.
So I'll throw out some. Here's what it looks like.
Okay.
So it's just a fun. This is why we like to do what we do. We like to research these kinds of things.
Sure.
So I was looking at. So Georgia, the season before Kirby Smart got there, they were 10-3.
That was Mark Richt, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The season before Lanning got here, the Ducks 10-3.
Sure.
So both guys, former defensive coordinators, who just got promoted.
Yeah. One at Bama, one at Georgia, so similar, powerhouse programs.
Keith Smart. Kirby Smart, age 39 and 40, his first 2 seasons. He goes 8-5 and then 13-2.
Okay.
Dan Lanning, age 37 and 38, his first 2 seasons, goes 10-3, 12-2.
Okay.
Very similar.
Sure.
So now we look at that 3rd season because obviously this is incomplete. This is where Dan Lanning sits right now.
Yeah.
Because what I'm trying to show here is not that Dan Lanning is Kirby Smart and will be Kirby Smart. What I'm trying to show is something quite obvious, and that is that it's not a straight line ascension to greatness. You have to learn what it takes to have a special season. It's just not that easy.
Yeah, because I do remember the one mediocre year and then the ascension, but there was again, I don't have it in front of me. They didn't win a national title for a while. What was it, like maybe 5-6 years in?
So Kirby Smart's 3rd season, much like Oregon. So far, pretty damn similar.
Sure.
So the 3rd season at Georgia, much like Oregon, they were top 5 in the preseason. They opened at number 3. Ironically, that's exactly where Oregon has opened this year. They opened the season at Vanderbilt, and they won the game 31-6. I went back and I read the game recap, and the first thing Kirby Smart said was something Dan Lanning said after the Idaho game, and it is, we have a lot of room for improvement. Okay, so they had 10 penalties in that game, 117 yards. They had no pass game to speak of. They do go on to win the next 5, including a win over Notre Dame, but then they got upset at home as 24-point favorites against South Carolina in Week 6.
Okay.
Jake Fromm threw 4. He didn't throw 4 turnovers. I think 4 picks. He threw 3 interceptions and fumbled once. He had 4 total turnovers. Their only other loss that year was they got blown out by Burrow and LSU.
Yeah.
And that team was blowing everyone out. So that Kirby Smart team, that 3rd season, stumbled a little bit early, but was 6-0 or 5-0 going into South Carolina, and they blew it. They went on to win the Sugar Bowl against Baylor, had a nice season. They were 12-2. Sure. Okay, so if Oregon does that this year, something similar to that, that's an excellent season. But the way we've been talking about Oregon and the way preseason rankings make you feel about a team is that will be a disappointment.
Yeah, and the difference is that season being 12-2 with Kirby, you end up in the playoff. And so it's interesting is that now,
they would have ended up.
They would have ended up. And this Oregon team, like if they end up, let's say they lose to Ohio State and they lose to, I don't know, Wisconsin or something, right? And they still end up in the playoff. Under a normal circumstance, just losing to Ohio State and Wisconsin, people would be like, well, what the hell? That'd be a total bummer of a year, even though you win 10 games, right? You go 10-2, but you won't win the Big Ten and people would be bummed out. But this year, you go 10-2 and you lose to Wisconsin and Ohio State, you still end up in the playoff. It's like you get another chance at redemption. So we're in weird uncharted territories where a lot of these so-called disappointing seasons that, like, they're at Georgia with Kirby, they're not going to be viewed that way because you're going to get an opportunity then to.
But if they don't win it,
then
it's the same thing. Look, I think the point here is that having watched Oregon for 2 weeks, it's okay if this isn't the big season.
Sure.
Right? And it's starting to look like that. I mean, come on. We talked about, for an hour, we talked about the offensive line, and you were saying this is not just going to magically go away. Yeah. And so, look, the South Carolina game, however that manifests itself for Oregon this year, it's coming.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's important, I think, to reiterate that there are always going to be surprises along the way. You don't just go straight line to the top.
Yeah.
Struggling against Idaho was a surprise. Yeah. Struggling against Boise State was a surprise. But what you do is you learn and you grow from that experience. And Dan Lanning talks about this all the time. So you have to experience the anatomy of an upset to avoid future upsets. Well, Georgia did that. Now, after that third season, they had a very nice season, but very disappointing because they were preseason top 5. The next year for Kirby was the COVID year.
Yeah.
They went 8-2, but COVID year was weird. After that, since that, they have dominated college football. I mean, absolutely dominated.
2 national championships and should have played for another one last year.
Yes. I mean, I think he's only lost 2 games since COVID. I'm not kidding.
And that's
so the ascension from that point. So he took,
and they're
his
both
lumps.
to Alabama, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I don't think he's lost to anybody but Alabama.
That may be
right.
right.
Because he lost to him. I think, didn't he lose to him in a national championship game? Did they play was that the Tua game, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
The national championship
where
game,
they benched Hurts,
and then then last year in the.
Look again, nothing earth-shattering there, and I'm not even saying Lanning is the next Kirby Smart. There are a lot of similarities in what they're doing, but I just think if Oregon doesn't complete its mission this season, just know that Lanning and company are just getting started a la Kirby Smart.
Yeah.
And the thing I like about Lanning and his staff and the things that Lanning says is he appears to be the type that never stops learning and growing.
Yeah.
He doesn't point fingers. That's a recipe for future success, right? Yeah. So if you want this to be a special season, it's go time, right? The 3 of your next 5 are on the road. One of them is at home against number 3 Ohio State. You can't dilly-dally anymore.
Yeah.
But even if they fall short, they have their South Carolina, or it's worse than that. Like some people are texting in saying that, hell, the way they've looked, they may lose 3 games this year.
Yeah.
Maybe. They might.
Yeah.
Kirby lost 2 his third year.
And people will come out of the woodwork and say that Lanning's all talk and that there's nothing there
they
and
will
it's
say
all hype.
They will say all sizzle, no steak. And all of that is fine to say. It's what people say until you win.
Yeah.
But I just think they're on a really, really good trajectory, and we shouldn't put so much into one season because you're setting yourself. It's just not that easy. You're setting yourself up for failure.
That is a really good point. And someone on the Vancouver Ford text line says, Georgia. They looked it up. Said Georgia finished 2-7-4-7. Before winning the national title. And he says if Oregon had done that, and this is true, Beaver and Husky fans and a lot of the national media would absolutely bury them saying that they're choke artists, that they can't get over the hump, can't finish all that. And
that's right.
And it's true. It's the narrative is so funky. And I also want to see what happens because, like I said, with the playoff now, I want to see if making the playoff shuts people up or if now making the playoff for these teams is considered, well, who gives a rip? Cool, you made the playoff, go win a title. You want a playoff game? I don't care. Did you win 3? It's going to be interesting to see how that narrative works because in normal years, 10-2 was a disappointment and you didn't get a shot at a national title. 10-2 now gets you into the playoff. So if you go 10-2 but lose in the first round, is that a failure? If you go 10-2 and win a game or 2, is that a failure? It's like we're going to find out how fan bases and the national media recalibrates our idea of success.
All right, let's get back to our Waldorf salad. The first coach fired odds have been updated. And I believe we have a new leader in the clubhouse for our first coach fired.
I'm intrigued.
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Is it?
Yeah. Who you got?
Trying to think. Yeah. Never mind.
Hello.
Yeah, I was like, wait. Oh,
hello.
Nope. I got
hello.
it. Yep. I think he's a good coach.
Wait, we talking about the same coach?
I think so.
You first.
Talking Brian Dable?
Yeah.
I think he's a good coach.
I thought we were talking college. I wasn't paying attention. like Mike Norvell.
God. All right, no, we'll get to that next in our Wednesday Waldorf. It continues. Here is Buck with Sports Center. Yeah, I did not specify it was NFL first coach fired odds. So those of you thinking it was college, I get you.
I thought you were talking the NFL.
Yeah, I know you did, but Buck didn't.
Yeah.
And there was also a listener who thought we were talking about college. So I did not specify. I was talking about NFL.
And it took me a second, and I was like, oh, yeah, Dable. And
he's the new favorite to be the first head coach fired.
I think he's a good coach. I just think he's been handed crap. And, it's the coach isn't the one picking the roster, and I think he got saddled with Daniel Jones, and I just think it's getting worse and worse. But I mean, I thought he showed early on what he could do with a very limited offense, and I just think the front office has failed him. So I think that's a guy that when he gets fired, and he will get fired because the Giants are a disaster. And I don't write anyone off after week one, but I'm writing off the Giants and I'm writing off the Panthers. They're just bad football teams. They just are. And they're not going to win a lot of games. And Dable's going to get fired after this year. I would give him another crack. And it may take him a while. He'll go back to being an OC, but again, I think he's a solid guy that's going to get a bum run here because he got tied to Daniel Jones.
So the preseason favorite, first coach fired in the NFL was Dennis Allen of the Saints.
Well, and they got Kubiak's kids, their new OC. And again, I don't know what to make of it. One, it's 1 week, and please stop making a big deal out of 1 week. And they played the Carolina Panthers, which again, they're so void of talent. But the Saints offense looked great. And their defense is good. So if this new if the new coordinator can kind of unlock some stuff there in New Orleans, they may be a bit of a surprise. Carr is not a bad quarterback. Like everyone thought New Orleans was going to be this dog mess team. This is not a horrid roster. They may surprise some people.
Yeah, I don't have much faith in Dennis Allen.
I can't say that I do either. But
by the way, he's second. He's still second on the list.
Yeah,
he's 4-1.
They play in a very winnable division. The Falcons looked terrible. The Carolina Panthers are terrible. The Bucks are good, but again, none of those teams are necessarily juggernauts. I'm saying, every year there's a surprise team. New Orleans may be that surprise team. We'll see how this plays out.
So Mike McCarthy has dropped. He was third. McCarthy. He's down to 12-1. Third now is Robert Saleh at 9-1, and that's not a bad bet.
Yeah,
because the Jets, if they struggle, they're going to panic.
Sure,
and somebody's going to have to take the fall because they have Rodgers. They have to make this. Oh, damn it!
What?
Oh, Juan Soto just went. I think he hit it out of the stadium.
Did seem to go when I turned. It did seem to still be going a long way.
It's still going.
Yeah. Well, turns out that Juan Soto guy good at hitting a baseball.
So then it's Stefanski 10-1, Doug Peterson 11-1, and Antonio Pierce 12-1. If we're looking for value on the board, I go down to Nick Sirianni at 25-1.
Yeah, there's maybe some value there, although it's week one, but Philly looked good. There was some sketchy decisions early on by Jalen Hurts, but that roster is so talented, and Kellen Moore, their new OC, and it looked good. Barkley was a huge success there, and it looked like maybe a lot of the offense that we were wondering what happened last year was back. So I get that there's value there in Sirianni, because remember early on in the game it felt like maybe there was some bitching and moaning going on there, but they put it together. Pierce isn't a bad one, except that the Raiders are so cheap they don't want to buy him out. Did you see his decision to punt the ball?
Yeah.
That's the dumbest. You should get fired for that alone.
I wasn't watching the game, but I think it came across my timeline, and it was fourth.
It's 4th and 1.
4th and 1.
Yes, but he said it was a long one.
And they were down. They were in Chargers territory.
46-ish, 45, something like that.
And they were down 7. And it was late in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, about 6-7 minutes to play, something like that.
And he punted.
And after the game, he said at that point, he said my defense was playing pretty good, and someone brought up that it was a yard, and he said, yeah, but it was a long yard. And by the way, they immediately gave up like a 60-yard run to Dobbins, and then the Chargers scored, and the game was over. I've never seen anything like it. I mean,
that's Mike Tomlin level.
It is. Even Mike Tomlin was like, dude, what the hell are you doing? It's 4th and 1.
Who they have running the football?
In plus territory.
In Vegas now.
They got the White. Zamir White. And then
why'd they get rid of Jacobs?
And then they didn't want to pay him. And then the who's the other guy from Minnesota that kind of flamed out?
Madison.
Matt's
Alexander Madison.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, there's their two guys. Still, I just like Antonio Pierce. The Raiders suck. They do. And Gardner Minshew, it's that whole thing is a disaster there in the Raiders. They're not going to be very good. They're just not.
Joe Buck is bad at golf, and he explains.
Ask his wife.
He put his wife in the hospital.
Yeah.
He explains that next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks
we get to the club. Didn't know Joe Buck's wife was a reporter for ESPN. Did you know that?
I can't say that I did.
Her name is Michelle Beisner-Buck.
Yeah.
And I don't recognize her, but she's been a reporter at ESPN since 2014, apparently. Yeah. She works on Monday Night Countdown. At any rate, Joe Buck hit her with a golf ball.
Mm-hmm.
And here is him. The backstory on this is that Adam Schefter put it out today as like big breaking news that he put his wife in the hospital and hit her in the ankle.
Yeah.
With his drive.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily think that would send you to the hospital, but you know.
Well, I think it shattered her ankle.
Hey, man, you got to rub some dirt on that.
He explains it.
Yeah, they got a cast and everything.
So here's what he said about it.
The date, July 7. The location, Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. I was getting ready for the American Century Championship in Tahoe, and Michelle and I, with our kids taken care of, thought we'd go play a few holes and have some fun.
We did.
Yeah, and we got to 10, and I said, why don't I hit a couple of drives off 10, and then we'll go get something to eat. Well, 10 is a little left to right hole, and Michelle has been known to do headstands during the course of our courtship and marriage, and even prior to even Joey arriving on the scene. And so she did a headstand at the end of the tee box for good luck out into my left, and at the exact moment that I was teeing off, she decided with her feet in the air to do the splits, thereby dropping her right leg a little bit to the side, right in my line of fire, and I hit a golf ball, tailor-made with little designs on it, into the inside of her right ankle and shattered it.
That's right. Shattered.
So that's why.
Freak accident. Wow.
Total freak accident. It's like...
If you were having a competition, you would never, ever be able to do it. This was like God or the universe just directed this ball right into my ankle bone.
So then they go on to say they're in the parking lot at the surgery center, by the way, because they explain the injury was so bad that it messed up one of the nerves in her feet, and it's causing issues going up her leg. So she's there to get the tibial nerve decompressed. And then after all the medical jargon, Joe finishes up with this.
Needless to say, my guilt is off the charts. I wake up still in the middle of the night hearing that sound, and it makes me sick.
Sound.
It was a bad sound.
If anyone has seen the movie Misery,
okay,
go check it
out. All right. We're wrapping this up. I will just say that I love this woman. All I do is want to protect this woman, and I hurt her with a golf ball.
Not his fault.
Yeah,
freak accident.
It's pretty sick, and I feel terrible. But say a prayer. It's already happened if you're seeing this for the nerve surgery. Okay?
Here we go.
Here we go.
LFG. Let's do it.
Wow. That, can you imagine how much that hurt?
Yeah. Right? Anything off your ankle.
Anything.
Anything.
Much less like she was right on the tee box. He drove that thing right into her freaking bone.
Can I bring something up, though?
The headstand thing?
The gymnastics?
Well, first off, she's an ex-Bronco cheerleader.
She is.
So I get it. Like maybe you're doing some sort of weird sex game thing here, but first off, really, you're on a golf course and you decide to do a handstand. First off, don't. Second, why are you standing anywhere in front of a golfer teeing off?
Yeah.
That alone is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. I mean, it's not to the same extent, but it's like when you're shooting guns, you don't go in front of the person that has a gun. If you're teeing off, if someone's teeing off, unless your husband's Tiger Woods, dude, I would, you're a 3. You're a really good golfer. And guess where I would not stand when you're teeing off? On the tee box in front of you.
Well, they were probably drunk, first of all.
And then she just, even worse, and then you decide not only are you doing a handstand to distract the man with the driver in his hands, now you decide to do the splits? Maybe you're trying to show off a little bit of the old coot or something. I don't know. But that whole thing, I'm sorry, I think that's on her. I think that broken ankle is her fault, not Joe Buck's.
You know, it's funny. I was just playing golf last weekend at Langdon Farms.
Yeah.
And there was a girl, seemingly a hot, in the group in front of us who was doing that very thing.
Really?
That is a thing.
A headstand?
Yeah, she was just, the whole time she was doing she was playing golf, but towards the end you could tell she was not playing golf. She was just hanging out on her phone in the cart or something.
Yeah.
It was like a family of 4, and she was the daughter, and she was, for much of the round, I'd look up there and she'd be over on the side doing like handstands and and flips and crap.
Well,
so I think it's a thing for women on golf courses because they're bored.
I'll tell you right now, if you're in front of the tee box,
or men,
yeah, anyone, if you're in front of the tee box and you get hit with a golf ball, whether you're doing a handstand or not, your fault. If you're on the tee box, at least if I'm on my feet. And maybe, just maybe, like there's no reaction time, but maybe I could dodge it or at least try to like crouch down. You don't have that reaction time when you're in a handstand. That's your own fault. I don't feel one bit bad that you got your ankle shattered because you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. And that is that's a stupid game.
Trailer hitch to the middle of the shin.
Oh, it's terrible.
Or a golf ball off of Joe Buck's driver 10 feet away.
Unfortunately, I think you got to take the trailer hitch.
You think that's better than the golf ball? Yeah, because she shattered
her ankle.
God, can you imagine? Have you ever been hit by a golf ball?
Not hard. I've taken one in the back.
Me too.
But
it didn't hurt.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I think it's all about where
back there. Though.
Yeah, if you took one off the back of the dome, you took one off the elbow, shin, something. That's different. But like, yeah, I took one in the back and it was whatever.
I've hit the inside of my ankle with my iron on accident once, and
I've done
that
too.
really hurts. Like if you're like trying to knock your cleat, like sand off your shoes or whatever.
I mean, the trailer hitch, it sucks and it's painful, but you're walking. It's a whole other thing. Dude, that thing's coming off the face of that thing, what, 100 plus miles an hour?
Yeah, it's nasty.
That's no good.
That is
Which
nasty.
is why, once again, you don't stand in front of the tee box.
Well, she wasn't standing, to be fair.
Look, it's another case of a hot thinking she can do whatever she wants to do. And these hots have to learn.
Coming down on the hots.
The power snatch.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now. She was probably out there wearing something skimpy, showing off the goods. These hots think they can do whatever they want. Well, here's the thing. When you're a hot, you're distracting people. And when someone has a golf club in their hand and you're in front of them, you want that person. You can't focus if there's a hot doing. Think about that. You've got like a 5'11" blonde smoke show doing a handstand, probably some skin hanging out there, and then she randomly decides to, quote, do the splits. I know what's going on there. I know what she's showing off. You can't be expected to keep like mental focus during that. That's a guaranteed shank every time.
Maybe that would make the live tour a little better.
I would maybe tune in for that.
You know?
Yeah. See, if you
Crank
really
it up.
if you wanted to see how focused someone was, line the gallery with hots doing handstands.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would imagine Joe Buck, that guilt is quite heavy.
Yeah, he's got to flip that guilt back on her. It's his only choice.
Well, that's what you would do.
That's what I would do.
We're clearly finding out.
I would 100% be like,
I
yeah,
think most normal men would feel terrible.
Nah, but like I'd feel bad for a moment, and then the first time she threw it in my face, then I'd have to be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. All right. We're taking this back.
All right, we've got animal uprising news. Otter gangs.
Yeah, I'm on the side of the otters.
That's coming up next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk, and I want to do a little
She was a U.S. citizen.
Yes.
So that kind of...
And then in a shocker, they're like, oh, the immigrants are the worst people in the world. They're eating everyone's pets. They're from Haiti.
Eating the pets.
Yeah, good times.
We'll execute the baby.
The pub beer fans, or the pub beer people must be so proud of that open.
Well, I think they should be, yes.
You do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
Where's my pub beer hat?
What?
Nothing says cheap fun. I like that open.
Well, it's specifically why they signed up to be a sponsor of the club.
You
Look,
know
they
what?
Get it.
You knew what you were getting yourselves into.
They understand.
You know what's happening. I had literally a listener. Remember when we were invited out to the? I was invited out to the Elks Club.
Yeah.
By like.
Did you go?
I never ended up going to that.
No way.
Yeah, I thought about it a couple times and it never quite worked out. I had the guy that invited me today sent me a photo of him buying a bunch of pub beer and was like a listener supporting a sponsor. That's a beautiful thing right there.
I was playing golf with a friend not too long ago, and he broke the news to me that he belongs to the Elks Club.
Yeah.
And boy, the picture he painted was quite good.
Really?
Yeah, because they have a pool, and he's got kids. I don't know, a couple kids or something. I'm not sure.
You're like, I don't know. He's a bunch
whatever.
of rat kids.
Anyway, he said it's like, I don't know, a couple $100 for the whole year, and you get access to the pool, and there's a bar in there.
Okay.
And
so what you're saying is,
he shot me a picture. It was a hot day. It was during the summer, and he shot me a picture later of him at the pool. I'm like, wow, I might join the Elks.
So what you're saying is, I need to circle back to this guy and be like, hey, you invite me back out to the Elks.
A pool changes things. A pool and a bar.
Well, they do have a bar. I think the one by my house.
Yeah, they should have a bar.
I don't think they have a pool, but they have a bowling alley and they have a bar, and I've been told that they serve stiff, hard drinks.
Yeah, I don't care about the bowling alley, but if you have a pool and a bar, you probably have me.
Well, I think I would be more inclined to go to the Elks if it was, what would you say, like the officers, if they would rename them. Because I find it... I gotta pull this up because I want to make sure. Yeah. So Annie Neal is the lady that runs my Elks Club, that if I would go to one. And when you pull up the photo, she's wearing like a full-on like King Joffrey sort of necklace, big medallion thing, and she's called the Exalted Ruler. And then the second in command is the Esteemed Leading Knight. And then there's a Lecturing Knight. And then there's an Esquire, there's an Inner Guard, and I'm not going to lie.
I think those are just fun things to call each other when you're drunk.
It seems like a cult. It seems like a cult. So what happens is, you're like, oh yeah, I think this is how you end up in Scientology, or like in one of those Heaven Gates cults. They're like, hey, they got a pool, they got a bar, there's bowling, it's cheap, you're hanging out, everything is cool. Next thing you know, you got to sleep with someone, or more importantly, someone's trying to sleep with like someone that you're sleeping with. And you're like, hey, that's not cool. But you're like, hey, it's cheap drinks and it's the Exalted Ruler. And now that's just what happens. It always starts off fine. And it always turns into something weird. And now I'm, and I'm not with Annie, the Exalted Ruler. I'm with the Esteemed Leading Knight. Me and Steven are having to do weird stuff. I'm wearing bird masks. And I'll tell you what, I got to get really drunk for that. The Exalted Ruler thing kind of weirds me out a little bit. It scares me.
Well, I think you should go for the sake of the show.
Yeah.
Report back.
He did rent. It's been a bit, but he did send me a message today. He bought the pub beer and the pub beer cerveza, so I believe the door is open again. Plus, we're getting into the winter, and what else am I supposed to do in the winter on my weekends? I'm not going to be outside, right? Just head to the Elks and start drinking.
They got football there, too?
I would assume so, right?
A couple TVs?
Probably.
Yeah, I mean,
I've never been.
You're not much of a country club guy, are you?
Nah. My buddy
You're better
belongs
served in the Elks.
And I go by there from time to time and drink, but, I'm the outsider of that group. It's easy to tell who doesn't belong.
They don't like your tattoos.
I do get that one a lot. Like, hey, how come you don't join? And I'm like, have you seen the cost? I'm like, I'm just here to drink. To get all the benefits.
Why should I join? I use it.
Yeah, it's great. I found that country club living for me, it's a lot like a boat. I don't want to own one. I just have friends that own one, and it works out. I got like two of my closest friends both belong to that club. I'm in that club all the time. I think some people actually think I'm a member, and then they're a little bit shocked when they, wait, you're not a member? No.
Well, now the YouTube chat is telling us that the Elks have a lot of TVs and they have slot machines. And they also have a private campground in Canby on the Malala River that is for Elks members only.
Wow.
Yeah, but
things are looking up
on the Malala. The one, like if I
go
go
to
to the one,
this is just someone local saying that if you're a local Elks, you can go use that campground that's just for them.
Yeah. The Protective Order of Elks.
But slot machines.
It says the Elks Lodge is classics. The end of an old street. That is right there in Vancouver off McGillivray. Like I said, I ride by it all the time. So I used to go there with my dad to that bowling alley. So, yeah, they that's the other one too. Is they seem to push that bowling a lot. I feel like bowling is a code word for something else. I feel like that's how they get you in there, and then like, hey, you want to go to the back bowling alley, and now that's where weird things happen. Now I got to do something with the Exalted Ruler and
I got to be honest.
Esteemed Lecturing Knights there.
That actually makes me want to go more.
To see what goes on.
Well, yeah, because bowling to me is kind of boring.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the drinking part of it.
Yeah.
It's like fishing. I don't really care about fishing or bowling, but I'll
Yeah.
drink and do them.
Yeah.
But if you said, hey, there's a little something extra out back here under the Protective Order of Elks, I'm more inclined to go.
You have to get by the inner guard, and then once you get by the inner guard, then hey, then you're with Tom, who's you're with the Esquire, and then anything goes.
I'm sorry, I'm a curious fella.
Yeah, that necklace, the Mason thing. There's got to be some sort of affiliation with the Masons, right? Because this looks like it looks like a Mason symbol.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Short of what you're saying being true.
Yeah.
Because there was an Elks in Salina when I was growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Short of what you're saying being true, let's say it's not, and it's just on the surface.
It's not a weird cult. 'Cause
No,
it kind of seems like a cult.
Let's just say on the surface, it's what they say it is. They're
Seems like a chill place for dudes and girls.
Yes, they're very charitable. It sounds like the perfect place. Yeah. Like, I mean, because a lot of people don't have that place outside of home and work.
Yeah.
So, and not everybody's cut out for the country club life. It's a lot of money, and you got to sit and talk about yourself to a bunch of other people.
But it's a place. It sounds like a place to be social that's yours, that
Yes,
isn't a country
but
club. And
they're also into things being pretty cheap. They're into drinking.
Yeah.
They're into camping,
gambling, swimming,
bowling, gambling.
Hot tubs.
What is not to like about the Elks? I'm sorry. I think they get it right.
I now have a second invite here because
sound
now
like a future Exalted
now-
Ruler.
So yeah, I've got an invite to the Vancouver Elks, but now this guy says I'm a member of the Milwaukee Elks. How about this? 3 bars, pool, gym, basketball court.
Yeah, that's the one my buddy goes to.
Yeah, and he says that he'll show me around if I want. So problem is then I got to drive out to Milwaukee. The nice one about the Vancouver one is that's literally like a mile from my place.
Well, I have an in at the Milwaukee one as well. I may join.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm gonna join.
Dude, I think it would be phenomenal.
I'll be the
if you became
I'll be what's the officer?
Well, there's lots of them. So we got the Exalted Ruler, the Esteemed Leading Knight, the Esteemed Loyal Knight, the Esteemed Lecturing Knight, Esquire, Chaplain, Inner Guard,
Esquire.
You're gonna be the Esquire.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Isachi Esquire.
Dude, that'd be phenomenal.
Hell yeah.
I would love to see you in.
No loud mufflers allowed. Per Esquire.
Do you have to ask what the muffler policy? What the muffler policy
No,
is?
I'm
at
just
the Elks
gonna.
Club?
I'm on the board. I'm Esquire. You can't have that motorcycle in here, sir. Perhaps you'd be better suited at, I don't know, with the Shriners.
Yeah. By the way, that would be Lodge 142.
I love it. All right, coming up next, we've got Animal Uprising news. Let's get back on track. This woman got attacked by a gang of otters, and there are photos. She's a bloody mess.
Yeah, I'm siding with the otters. I need to see the body cam footage. I don't like the way we're dragging these otters.
This is the Club on the Fan.
Seahawks football.
believe that Isaac Ropp is going to end up joining the Elks
we've
Club.
become Elks people.
I love this. Well, I mean, Buckley's looking into it over there.
I have looked at least 4 different Elks Lodge facilities to see which ones near me have the best to offer.
I just think it's my style, man. It's like I just like the informal nature of it. I also like that it's not expensive. And somebody else said the greatest thing about the Elks is that you get in all of them throughout the whole country. So he said the Hawaii Elks is like next level. I mean, what is not to love?
I just got another message from Dan. Says, I've been inviting you to the Elks for a couple of years.
Well, seriously, tell me what is not to love about the Elks.
I just love that you... I don't know if I've seen you this excited about something in forever.
Well, I didn't know they had a pool. That.
Well, mine doesn't have a pool.
That's important.
Yeah, mine does not.
Hopefully they have a hot tub. The one in Salina...
Take a schwitz.
The one in Salina had a golf course.
Yeah. Well, see... Imagine if it had that, like a little pitch and putt sort of thing happening there. A little par 3. Well, I mean,
I got arrested for spray painting the sign, but
did you really?
Yeah.
I told What'd you put on it? Ropp was here?
No, I told you that story.
I don't think I know this story.
I was just hanging with some hoodlums, and
yeah, you were a hooligan. How old were you?
16, 17,
oh, yeah.
15.
That's prime jackass age.
Yeah, I was along for the ride, and then we were spray painting stuff, and we spray painted the elk sign, and then we ran off onto the golf course. Not that golf course, the Muni golf course, which is down the road.
Yeah.
And they still found us out on the golf course. Like, how dumb are we? Like, dude, that's a big...
It's a great place to hide.
Well, it is. It was dark. There's no light. Like, we could have gotten away if we just
be smart, go somewhere, and hide out for an hour, and... Yeah.
And somehow they found us out there. I got arrested.
By the way, Dan is in saying that the Kelso Elks has a golf course, which is cool, but then you have to go to Kelso. And I'm not driving to Kelso to play Elks golf.
I find all you Elks delightful. It seems my speed. A jogger has been left bloodied, dazed, and crying.
Yeah, I saw this. Someone sent me this, and the photos on it are kind of terrifying.
After getting mauled by a gang of otters.
Can I also, I got a point of order here. Why is it a gang of otters? Why does it have to be a gang? I feel like we're being unfair to the otters.
Because they ganged up on her.
Well, do we know that?
Yes.
Do we know that she...
Look at her. Look at her.
Well, first off, she's scantily clad. She was probably asking for it.
No, she's not.
We don't know what sort of otter thing that she was doing. Did she piss off these otters?
And zoologically, you know how different animals have different group names, like a murder of ravens or a pachyderm? It should be not a gang, but a bevy, a family, a lodge, a romp, or a raft.
Yeah. How about that? How about a family of otters?
A romp of otters.
I don't like the way that we're just naturally assuming that these otters are the bad ones in this story.
There is footage of the water weasels fleeing the scene together after the attack, high-fiving one another with their little otter feet.
It's pretty adorable, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, she's not... I don't know. She
didn't think it was very funny.
No. She's pretty... She's pretty... I mean,
she got wrecked.
They lit her up.
Yeah, they did. There's a lot of blood. Hey, did she die?
No.
Exactly.
No.
Then what are we doing here?
She'll live.
Again,
This was in somewhere in... I think it's in Japan.
I need more... was it Japan?
Where's Saba? S-A-B-A-H. Wildlife Department. Let's see. I don't know where this is. Anyway, I think it's in Asia.
Yeah.
Singapore.
Singapore. Yeah, I just... I'm not ready to make any judgments. I need to see the body cam footage. We don't know what she was doing. We don't know if the otters were provoked.
Well, there's like 10 of them in the photo.
I'm just saying. I feel like we're jumping to a lot of conclusions before we know what happened.
They're kind of a weird-looking creature, too, because...
I love the otter.
They're like large rats. And it's a little unsettling, is it not?
But there's some dog-like features to them, so you're like, oh, they're cute little puppies.
Dude, I'm sorry, the otter is badass. The otter is like top 10 for me. Like and when
big otter fan.
Well, aren't they the star of the zoo show?
Yeah, you go to the zoo.
And they dunk basketballs and stuff.
Yeah, and then self-pleasure themselves, and like they hold hands when they sleep so they don't drift apart. They like mate for life.
Are you kidding?
No, in the wild,
Yes.
especially like around the tide pools,
I'm in love.
when they fall asleep, they will lock hands so that when the tide goes in and out, they don't like drift off to sea and separate. So they just fall asleep holding hands.
Yeah, and if you remove one otter from like the group, or like the otters become depressed, they form very, very strong bonds.
Wow.
So do we know that this lady didn't like go over and like try to piss off one of the otters, or maybe she tried to? I
I'm with you.
don't like this otter slander.
Screw this lady.
Yes. And like you read through the article, and it's just a bunch of like harsh language.
The otters were pretty mean.
It sounds like, at least from an article that I'm reading, that people have noticed a recent change in behavior in the otters once people started feeding them.
Ah, that's what it is.
So now they're aggressive because they want your food, and so they're coming for
They're spoiled.
running lady.
Well, can I ask this then? This lady's running through a family of otters. Did she bring snacks?
Maybe she didn't know she had to, or didn't have any sardines at home.
I don't know what.
What do you feed an
You're
otter?
speaking Japanese.
I'm guessing little fishes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, sea otters eat
What if I gave them cheese?
shellfish, but I don't know about
bet you
river
they'd love
otters.
You think they'd love it?
Who doesn't love who doesn't love Cheetos and other delicious snacks?
Well, I said Cheez-Its.
Cheez-Its, same thing. Yeah. Yeah, so the otters have visited the park before without incident, and the attack was likely due to a change in behavior, like you said, spurred on by people feeding them. I think the otters here.
It's always people's fault, you know.
Always people's fault. Always.
People can ruin anything.
Bingo.
River otters eat fish, crayfish, crabs, frogs, birds, eggs, and other little reptiles such as turtles.
And it does say they're in the same family as the honey badger and the wolverine. So probably what happened is this lady was like, "Oh, look at this cute little thing of otters," but she didn't bring any tribute to the otters. Probably one of the otters was like, "Hey, yeah, like where's our snacks?" And she was like, "Stupid otter," and probably kicked at one. And then next thing you know, hey, it's otter time. Yeah, gang of ferocious water frolickers is what they called it. She was bit 26 times. And to say, I actually thought I was going to die. Really? You thought the otters were going to kill you?
I bet that is scary, though.
What a way to go. Do you think that you'd have the presence of mind to know, oh my God, if they actually finish the job, this is the most embarrassing death ever?
Yeah, probably.
Like you're laying there, they're going for your jugular, and you're like,
or does that?
What if this is how it ends? By otter.
Maybe that gives you the Undertaker moment where you're getting the otters are winning, and then you realize, wait a minute, these are otters, and then you rise up and kick
and
a little
you just
ass.
go all ham. They're like hanging on your limbs.
Yeah.
You're throwing them off all superhero style.
Yeah.
Someone said, according to the reports they saw on TV, she ate one of them. It's got to be true. They're eating the otters. They're eating the otters.
They're eating the pets.
Had no choice.
She ate the gay otter, so now it's a hate crime.
Was it an alien transgender gay otter?
I think that's what was happening. I think what's happening is that the government is forcing people to pay for the transgender otters' surgeries, and then they're becoming violent and then attacking people.
We got to put them in jail, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, put him in jail. Yee-hoo!
I just appreciate that someone sees an otter attack and like they just start sending it to me. I wish if you're gonna have an otter, like you may have to live with getting bit from time to time. I would run the risk. 100%. Otters are adorable and they can do no wrong in my view. Same thing. Like everyone was like, "Oh, you're gonna get bit by a raccoon." Well, sometimes that happens. I got bit by a monkey, and guess what I did the very next day? I went back to the same monkey sanctuary. You know, man, you're gonna play with fire. Sometimes you're gonna get burned. You can't let a little river bite or 26 of them keep you from loving otters.
Vancouver 4 text line says that a group of otters is called a lodge, much like the Elks, where the fun never ends.
See? It all comes. Now, if the Elks Lodge had like an otter, like Lazy River, now
or like an otter mascot thing going on.
Yeah. There was like at the Buc-ee's, all those service stations. They got an otter as a mascot. Elks wants to get me out there.
Get a live otter.
Get a live otter. Or a live elk. That'd be kind of cool.
Sure. Maybe both. They could be friends.
Bouncing around. The otter could ride the elk. It's like an otter, it's an aquatic, would you say, like a ferret, right? Same sort of stuff.
It is kind of a water ferret.
Yeah. But I think because it's in the water, it makes it more adorable. I don't particularly find ferrets to be adorable.
No, they're kind of smelly.
And they kind of freak me out a little bit. But the otter, I'm all about the otter.
Where are there mostly otter? Where? God dang it. Where are most of the otters? Like, where do they live?
Oh, I think they're
well.
all
There's obviously you have sea and river, so depending on that, I mean, like ocean ones live.
But are there more sea ones than river ones, or?
Well, I'm sure we can find that out.
Yeah.
I saw river otters when I was golfing last year in Bend. There's river otters around their golf courses.
I think the otter is kind of
just universal.
Yeah,
they're
all
like
over.
birds.
Yeah, I think they're just around.
Warm water, fresh water.
Yeah, I think they're around. Yeah,
cold water.
Yeah, they're right here. So they live in bodies of waters throughout most of North America.
So. Okay, but only North America?
I think it is a North American animal, yes.
Oh,
although this one was over in Asia, so...
Yeah, I'm seeing here river otters. There's an estimated 100,000 in North American rivers, but they're also found in Europe, Asia, Africa, and South America.
Yeah, they're everywhere. But we have the North American river otter as opposed to the Eurasian river otter. Yeah, they're everywhere.
Well, I'll tell you, these otters over there in Asia are not to be messed with.
They're not messing around.
90% of the world's sea otters live in coastal Alaska.
Okay, there we go. Alaska.
And a lot of the Northwest.
90% of sea otters live in Alaska?
Yeah, it says historically there were between 150 and 300,000 sea otters in the Pacific Rim, with 90% around coastal Alaska.
Someone is saying that there's a disturbing amount of otter attack videos on the interwebs. And
really? I guess we know what we're doing during break.
I'm heading there right now, and yes, it does. It does appear. They've got one of an otter fighting a monkey.
Wow.
I'm a huge fan of when animals fight vids.
Yeah.
Like in the, have you ever seen those safari vids where it's like, I don't know, like let's say it's a python.
Yeah.
And then he's trying to eat the
gator
deer
or something.
And then the deer mom comes along and there's a badger and then the badger gets snatched by a alligator.
I'm all about it.
And then the hippo comes along and stomps them all with his little hippo feet.
Yeah.
Those are so awesome.
Look at this lady. This lady got attacked in Montana. This lady, she got her ass kicked.
Was that by an otter?
Yeah, it was by an otter. Yeah, she
rough.
I did not know that otters were this vicious.
Sea otters 2 or 3 times the size of river otters, I'm learning.
Well, it turns out that we do this a lot with like it's a cute little animal. No, it's a wild animal. It'll rip your face off.
Well, people think dolphins are all pretty and beautiful and
yeah.
sleek, and they are the jerks of the marine world.
Well, they're all rapey.
Yes, they are.
They rape everything. They rape other dolphins. They rape other
rape people.
marine life. They rape people. Yeah, the otter is the sexual pervert of the animal kingdom. It doesn't take no for an answer. But apparently otters are... and I'm sure what happens is like, and I probably would do this too, is like you see an otter, you're like, oh my God, that's adorable. And you go over to pet it, and it's like, ah. And then it just starts biting the hell out of you.
Have you seen the giant otters of the Amazon rainforest?
No, but I'm on board.
They grow as long as 8 feet.
What?
Yeah. Go look at those things, man.
Kick ass.
They're huge.
Well, that's kind of terrifying, to be honest with you, though.
Yeah, they eat little kids.
Oh, yeah, I got a giant otter versus a caiman.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at one eating like a baby crocodile or caiman or something.
That looks like a small hippo.
It says they're apex predators out there.
Oh, my God.
Wow, they are related to the honey badger.
Boy, I'll tell you what, this is just another reason why you don't go into the Amazon.
That's why it's good to be a sloth way up there in those trees.
Yeah, you ain't messing with, I mean, think about that, dude. Everything in the Amazon is going to kick your ass, including the damn otters.
8 feet? Think about that.
That's a big
that thing's like...
Yeah, that's enormous.
If you lay down on the ground, that otter's got you by 2 feet. That's crazy.
Dude, I'm watching a video right now of a giant otter kicking the hell out. Well, actually, there's like 3 or 4 otters that are kicking the hell out of this gator.
It seems like they work well in teams, too. Smart little buggers.
They're like velociraptors. It's not the otter that you see. It's the 2 that you don't see.
Clever girl.
Freaking otters.
Hey, if you're sharing misinformation, you might be crazy. A new study. Next, here's Buck.
Now.
I've often said that, anytime you work with the general public for any length of time, unless you're a truly special human, you will become bitter and hate people.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because they're awful.
Mm-hmm.
And you always talk about how, like, the average American, like, we way overestimate the average American.
100%. Like, you think that the people that are around you are the average Americans, and they're just not.
That is never more on display than when they, like last night I went home and got caught up on the debate stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching some of the coverage, and they have those focus groups.
Yeah.
Where they have 12 people just sitting there, or however many people just sitting there.
And they buzz, like...
Well, just they have a reporter asking them questions about, well, what do you think? Or what did, those people are so shockingly dumb. It reiterates that point of, and these are regular people.
Yep.
But the things they say, it's like, what?
It's shocking.
That's what you think?
Yes.
At any rate, we have a year here where there are 60 national elections across the globe.
Okay.
So technically half of the world's population is heading to the polls at some point in 2024.
Makes sense.
But one of the themes amongst a lot of the people that were talking last night, at least that I saw, was that nobody really knows what's true and what isn't.
I wonder. Well, whatever side you're on, realize that no one answers a question, ever.
No.
In any of these debates.
Well, and it's easy to see why no one knows what's true and what isn't. That said, it doesn't take a whole lot of research to, but you do have to, you just have to be more cognizant of what they're telling you and where it comes from, and you got to go look it up.
It's so dangerous, though, because you can say anything, like, I don't know, illegal immigrants are eating people's pets, and you have millions of people that are going to be like, well, I heard, what's this about? I heard someone eating pets. I mean, even my own gal last night was like, what is this thing about people eating pets? And I was like, what? And she goes, I heard something about people. I was like, oh my God. And that's how it starts. And then, like, even someone on the text line was like, hey, he's not crazy. There's a video of an illegal alien eating someone's pet. No. There was a woman, an American citizen, who has mental health issues that, yes, killed her neighbor's cat and then had a meltdown and started eating, like chewing on it. And the police showed up and arrested her. And somehow that turned into roving bands of illegals from Haiti showing up and murdering people's pets and eating them for food. And there are millions of people that believe that horse crap.
So
it's stunning to me.
So there's a study out regarding this, and there's various levels of this.
Yes.
And yes, it is a problem when one of the candidates is spewing this more than the other one. Like, it's like not even comparable, the amount of lies that one of our candidates is telling, right? It's like you can't even, like, I just assume everything's a lie.
They're eating the dogs.
Even if I don't know, I just assume it is.
We'll execute the baby.
There's another one.
But the unstoppable spread of misleading content is, social media is really helping this along, but it's also damaging trust in legitimate news organizations, and it can lead to real social unrest.
Yeah.
I mean, see your insurrection where you were out there with your folk.
Yeah, it's out there getting it done.
So this raises the question, why do people continue to share misinformation? To investigate, a team from the University of Westminster surveyed almost 2,000 U.S. residents to better understand why social media users choose to actively spread false information, knowingly or not.
Okay.
They found those who do often display positive schizophrenic tendencies, okay?
Okay.
It's a set of personality traits that include paranoia, suspicion, and disrupted thinking patterns. It has also been shown to predict the emergence of psychiatric disorders on the schizophrenia spectrum. So you're crazy.
Yes,
that can be right. And is right.
So there's just millions of people out there that are just badass crazy.
Well, yes. Yes.
See, I don't...
The study was led by Professor Tom Buchanan.
Huh.
And it split them into one of 4 studies. The first used an online survey to explore personality traits such as contentiousness, decision-making style, user self-reported tendencies to share false information. The second expanded on this, looking at participants' motivations for sharing false information, such as activism, manipulation, or for entertainment.
Yeah.
In the third study, participants whose individual differences and motivations were surveyed viewed a series of true and false political headlines and were asked to indicate whether they would consider sharing each and whether they thought each was truthful. And the fourth, they assessed real posts on Twitter/X posted by participants to determine if the factors identified in the previous studies could be associated with the sharing of false material. In every study, the results showed that positive schizotypy, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, is related. So that's your crazy brain, is related to sharing false information, both accidentally and deliberately. The team suggested this may be because that condition is associated with decision-making based more on intuition and sometimes biases rather than reflective or deliberate thought, but noted that the mechanism could be more complex than that.
See, that's way deeper. I mean, that's... gosh. I just always assumed...
I mean, that's pretty... I'm sorry, but if you followed all that, which I get it's kind of hard to follow, that is really troubling.
Yeah, it is. It really, really is. I mean, I just haven't thought... I've never thought about it that deep. I just was kind of always under the idea of forever and ever, and it starts when we're kids, we're just taught to believe what you hear, right? Like, we all have that. When you were a kid, you were told stuff by your parents, you were told stuff by your teachers, whether it's, history lessons or, your mom thought, I always made this one when my late wife, she believed when our kids were little that giving them orange juice made them hyperactive. I was like, what? Because her mom told her that. Right? Or anytime you're raised in a certain religion or you're raised to, whatever. If you're raised by a bunch of racists, chances are you grow up and have that sort of belief. And so I just think in nature, we're taught to believe what we hear, especially, when it comes from like a news source. It used to be growing up, if you heard something on the news, you were like, well, that's true. I heard it on the news. And now there's so much news out there and there's so much information. It's just floating around and no one wants to take the time to actually look into it or whatever. So all it takes for someone to believe something is to hear it from someplace. And especially if you have a preconceived bias towards it, you grab it out of the air and then next thing you know, that's true. You tell it to someone else. And if you hear something from 3 or 4 places, you're like, oh yeah, I keep hearing that. Then you're like, well, it must be true.
Well, I think the bottom line here is that people are crazier than we think.
Possible.
I don't think it's possible. It's true.
Well,
and there are varying degrees of that.
Yeah.
But people are insane.
Yes. And I don't know how you combat that.
And this is a telltale sign. I don't know either.
Yeah.
I don't know either. And I think this is part of what some political types tap into.
Yeah.
They know this.
Yeah.
Dumb and crazy. It's a bad combo.
It works, I
guess. And they tap into it.
It works. That's do we have something? Can I go back to the otter thing? Because now...
Otter Sea Station.
It's just depressing.
I see what you did.
That was from the Vancouver Ford text line. Credit to that listener.
I need something uplifting. Yeah, I've heard the Earth is flat and the moon landing was fake. That's true.
The Earth is not flat.
It's not what I heard.
But the moon landing was fake.
Oh, okay.
How about that?
One of those two.
Does that throw you for a curveball? Or wait.
Well, and now
was that a curveball?
And now we're into the Aaron Rodgers, Joe Rogan types that anything that is believed by the masses can't be true. So there's that's a whole other thing now, is that we've swung the pendulum the other way So much where it used to believe that we would believe any crap that we were told. And now there's a whole group of people that anything that they hear from, quote, mainstream media or a mainstream, group of people, groupthink, that's not right. Then you get into the Aaron Rodgers, the intellectual. He's what's his thing? He's
like enlightened or like.
No, what was the name of his?
The Enigma.
The Enigma. Because he's done his own research. Therefore, he feels bad for the unwashed masses. And then once you go down that road, and if you do uncover, something that's that you've been lied to about, or you've been misled or manipulated, which happens all the time. If one of those things is true, then by God, they're all true.
Yeah, you should definitely believe the rest of them because one of them was true.
Yeah, if I'm right about something so insane once, the other 99 insane
Imagine
things
what other stuff that's also insane also exists.
But you know what I think is a bigger problem too, just to wrap this up, is we could all be duped or believe something that maybe isn't true or make a mistake perhaps in voting for a certain candidate or whatever, right?
Absolutely.
We can all do that. Mm-hmm. I think the real problem is that a lot of people can't admit when they're wrong.
Oh, yeah, you dig in your heels no matter what.
You dig in, and that's the problem. If you just did a little homework.
There's no more that's a good point. I can see it that way.
Actually, I was wrong.
Because it's become like the ultimate weakness to say that you've changed your opinion. I'm the first one to do this one. Like, I thought that legalizing drugs was a great idea. I was like,
it's worked in some
yeah, and I just
countries.
I like the idea of personal freedoms, and hey man, knock yourself out, and you want to do this, you want to do that, you want to take a bunch of pills, hey, none of my business, you do you, boo. Well, it turns out I was wrong. Turns out that's a terrible, terrible idea. And I'm like, yeah, what idiot thought of that? I'm like, oh wait, this one. But you can't say that anymore. You literally can't say that what or even admit that, hey, I can do better at something, or we tried this, it didn't work out. I wish I could go back and do it again because I think I would do it differently this time. It's like you're no longer allowed in any sort of public forum to admit mistakes, faults, growth, any of that. You're either all the way right or you're all the way wrong, and it's you're so right. It's the digging in of the heels, or if new information becomes available. I thought this. And then somewhere down the line, someone, I was able to figure this out, and it made me, rethink my stance, and I would like to move a little more this way. And they're like, you're terrible. It's just unbelievable.
Hey, good times.
Yeah, can I go back to the otters? And I need something adorable. Do you have like an adorable story about like a squirrel water skiing, or like an owl that saved a little boy? Or
are you a white noise sleeper?
Yes, 100%.
Ooh,
I got a fan.
Okay, then I have something for you.
We have audio for you.
Yeah, we have audio for you.
I love the fan,
and it involves sports. Next on the Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on the Fan.